Good morning, family. Again, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs compound as this morning, of course, the program will be the Tunnel of the Sword for learn and will for construct the Sierra Leone Foreign Service Academy building. This is a program going for quite a long time. The Chinese, of course, China in a new group. So this Saturday, His Excellency can turn the sword so that they will construct the Sierra Leone Foreign Service Academy building. This one, the very first time we get such academy,
Test
started to
1.2.
foreign affairs protocol officers so that they will be able to understand protocols when we deal with foreign service. And a lot of other things that they will train them in. So when once the building or constructor, then they will never forget
Okay, well, use the mic quick. Use the mic quick.
Hello, 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 hello.
Excuse me, sir. We walk in line. You do it.
What is this now?
Alex, what is it? To Sheku? You were saying also to Sheku. You know, saying I Sheku they approve. Okay, okay. Okay.
Not if can move. Alex, okay. No, that.
Kindly ask our guests to please take their seats. His Excellency the President is almost here. Thank you very much.
Alex, what's that issue?
Kindly take your seats, please.
What's that issue? What's in? You know something? We'll put it in. Let's put it in. Sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Ministers of Government, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, government officials, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony for the turning of the sword for the construction of the Foreign Service Academy of the Republic of Sierra Leone is called to order. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to warmly welcome all of you to this auspicious ceremony. I want to specially welcome former Director Generals who had served this ministry, Ambassador Umar Bonwuri, Ambassador I.S. Conte, Ambassador Rasi Kago, Ambassador Suli Darami, Ambassador Andrew Gwebe Bangali, and Madam Matilda Williams. You are all welcome home. As usual, we start this program with prayers invoking the presence of Almighty God, Almighty Allah. I will now call on Miss Aina Margaret Bio to lead us in Christian prayers. Aina Bio, please.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for making it possible for us to be here. We thank you for your grace. Father, we ask for your presence to be with us. We ask, oh God, as we have started, you help us to finish. We ask for perfection in this project. We pray that you bless each and every life present here, and we ask that everything will go as planned. We thank you for your grace. We thank you for everything. For in Jesus' name we pray.
Amen and thank you. and I have the honor to invite Sheikh Al-Hassan Kabo to lead us in Muslim prayers.
Let us pray. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, all praise is due Allah. Almighty Allah, you said in your glorious Quran that if we thank you based on the favors you bestowed on us, you will increase your favors unto us. But if we prove to be thankless, verily your punishment is severe. We therefore want to thank you this morning for this opportunity of Allah. We want to thank you for the lives of our brothers, our partners, the Chinese. We want to thank you for the lives of all and sundry that have made it possible to witness this epoch-making event this morning. Almighty Allah, none can prevent what you will to bestow, and none can bestow what you will to prevent, for all powers are in your sacred hands. We therefore want to hand over this entire program into your sacred hands, that you see us through this program and let success be our end point. Almighty Allah, as we gathered here this morning to witness the turning of the sword of the construction of the Diplomatic Academy of the government of Sierra Leone, we want to hand over this entire project into your sacred hands. We pray that you guide and direct every bit of this project and let us see success at the end of the day. We pray that knowledge be flourished in this nation. We want to pray for His Excellency the President, that you guide and direct him and bless him with knowledge and wisdom, so that he will take this country to another level. We pray for all those that have made it to this program this morning, that you will bless all of us and that you will guide us all in benefiting the fundamental aim for which we are gathered here this morning. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. As-salatu was-salamu ala al-mursaleen. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Al-Hassan Kabo. Let me recognize the presence of Mr. Al-Hassan Konde, former Director General in this ministry. You're welcome, sir. Some 8 years ago, we were gathered here to commission this edifice. Today, we are again gathered here to turn the sword for the extension of this very edifice in the form of a diplomatic academy, where we will have the opportunity to train our diplomats, not only our diplomats, probably within the sub-region. Without much ado, it is my singular honor to call on the Director General Ambassador at Large of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Ambassador Florence Bangali, for welcome remarks. The floor is yours, madam.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, Mr. Hung San-Yan, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Sierra Leone, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of diplomatic and consular corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mrs. Nabila El-Tunis, and the entire members of staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I have great pleasure to welcome you all to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to witness the commissioning and turning of the sword for the construction of the Foreign Service Academy of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I sincerely thank you all for honoring our invitation. Let me extend a special welcome to our Grand Patron and keynote speaker, His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Maada Bio. Your Excellency, we are gathered here to witness the birth of the dream you shared some 2 years ago. We feel proud that you are here with us. I would also like to extend special welcome to the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Hung San-Yan, who has made the construction of the Foreign Service Academy is personal project. A special welcome goes also to the representative of the China Railway 7th Group, CRSG. And congratulations on your success to be the implementers of this important project. As a ministry, we are highly excited that you are all here this morning to witness the commissioning and turning of the sword for the construction of the Foreign Service Academy of Sierra Leone. This ministry has worked assiduously with the Embassy of the People's Republic of China and the CRSG team to make this day a reality. It is my fervent prayer and belief that we all will witness the opening ceremony of this academy in the near future. The Foreign Service Academy will serve to train our good diplomats and all those involved in dealing with foreign diplomats and entities to cope with the dynamics of international relations and international politics, among others. I want to once more welcome everyone here for gracing this occasion. And let me, on behalf of the ministry, wish you all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador and Director General. We move on to statements. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could just watch at the back of the high table, you will see a very beautiful edifice. That is exactly what you will see in the next 1 or 2 years when the construction shall have been completed. We have a representative of the China 7th Railway Group who would make a statement, since the China 7th Railway Group will be doing the construction. Representative of the China 7th Group, please, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Your Excellency Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to Sierra Leone, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor to attend this ceremony, China ADID project of Foreign Service Academy Building of Sierra Leone. On behalf of the China Railway 7th Group, take this opportunity, I would like to say thank you very much to both of Chinese government and the Sierra government for awarding this project to CRSG, and thanks for your trust and support. This is the fourth China AID project to be built by CRSG in Sierra. After the completion of China Sierra Leone UE Road, Juba Bridge, and Lungi Airport VIP building, it is also the 17th infrastructure project built by CRSG in Sierra Leone. After the Burkina Road project, Lungi Port to Port Local Road, Wilson Road, Spur Road, and some other municipal road in the capital and the district headquarters towns. This ceremony is another witness for the deep friendship between China and Sierra Leone, because this project will surely provide more job opportunities for the people in the Sierra Leone, and more chance of job training and skill improvement in building works. Once the Foreign Service Academy is completed, it will be a center for training more diplomatic talent and officers. We will serve the country to achieve more brilliant achievement on the international stage in future. On the occasion of the commencement ceremony of the key project. On this special day, on behalf of China Railway Service Group, I promise that we will strictly execute the contract together with our concerned team and the client. We will comply with our obligation to be sure the safety, the quality, time control, and other contractor requirements. And we will sure to hand over the excellent project with high quality to the client, to the government of Salon. The government of China lets everyone to be the witness of China's speed and China quality, as the project like Juba Bridge, Airport Terminal, and Savage Bridge demonstrated. Finally, I wish Your Excellency President, Your Excellency Ambassador, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, to be present here, the people of China and the people of Salon, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We wish the good friendship between China and Salon last forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we all look forward to the completing of this diplomatic academy because we look forward to turning out quality diplomats. Since 1971, the Republic of Sierra Leone and the People's Republic of China established bilateral relations. In 1973, the People's Republic of China's accession to the Security Council hung in the balance, and it needed only one vote to change the narrative. At this time, clear instructions were sent to New York to Professor David C. Nicholl, who was then Sierra Leone's permanent representative to the United Nations, to give Sierra Leone's vote to the People's Republic of China. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that one ballot saw the People's Republic of China becoming a P5 member. Since then, Sierra Leone continues to reap the benefits of its wise decision in consolidating its relationship with Sierra Leone. The People's Republic of China has been sending very fine diplomats to Sierra Leone. One such fine diplomat is the current ambassador of the People's Republic of China. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Ambassador Hu Jianling to make a statement.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio, Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Madame Nabila Tunis, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, honorable members of Parliament, Mr. Dong Xianyang, Deputy General Manager of CRSG, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure for me to attend the sword-turning ceremony of China Aid Foreign Service Academy building for Sierra Leone. This project is another concrete outcome of China-Sierra Leone friendship. It is also one of the important steps taken by the Chinese government to support Sierra Leone's development and capacity building. Please allow me to express my sincere appreciation and thanks to His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio, Honorable Minister Tunis, and the relevant government organs and officials of Sierra Leone for their persistent support and cooperation to the maturation of this project. By making special arrangements, overcoming the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and ensuring the groundbreaking of this project by the end of 2020. The Chinese side demonstrates its firm commitment to helping the Sierra Leone side obtain new achievements in the year of delivery set out by His Excellency President Julius Maada Biao's New Direction administration. This can be seen as a valuable Christmas and New Year gift from the Chinese government and people to the government and people of Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, China and Sierra Leone are reliable friends. In recent years, the cooperation between our two sides has been constantly enriched with a lot of new results achieved in the fields of human resource development, education, agriculture, public health, infrastructure building, and so on. Over the years, the Chinese side has sponsored more than 1,000 Sierra Leone students to study in China under various Chinese government scholarships programs. And China invited more than 5,100 Sierra Leone friends from all walks of life to China for short-term training courses or exchanges. Since 2018, the Chinese side has completed over 10 programs and projects for Sierra Leone, including the assistance of garbage trucks, rice aid, a VVIP motorcade convoy, the construction of the second Juba Bridge, and the refurbishment of the presidential lounge at the Longyi International Airport. Another 12 projects, such as the 3.2-kilometer Freetown Ring Road, Mayor Home Office Smells and Single Officers Quarters, etc., are all progressing well or under deep discussion in an orderly fashion. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, China has urgently donated at least 8 rounds of most needed essential medical supplies to Sierra Leone. The Sierra Leone side has also provided valuable understanding and support to the Chinese side on issues concerning China's sovereignty, security, and development interests, including long ago, as Director of Protocol mentioned, in 1971, and Sierra Leone supported China for the restoration of its legitimate seat in the United Nations, to which I say thank you. 2021 marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between our two countries. The Chinese side will continue to join hands with the Sierra Leone side in elevating our friendly and mutual beneficial cooperation to a new high. Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the fruitful results of China-Sierra Leone cooperation are the epitome of the flourishing China-Africa cooperation. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the founding of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC. Over the past 2 decades, FOCAC has been moving along the prevailing trend of peace, development, and cooperation, provided an effective platform for collective dialogue and practical cooperation, and strengthened China-Africa solidarity and friendship. His Excellency Chinese President Xi Jinping sets great store by China-Africa relations. He and African leaders, including His Excellency President Julius Maada Biao, have charted the course for China-Africa cooperation in the new era. At present, the world is facing a pandemic and momentous changes never seen in the last 100 years. the international landscape keeps evolving in profound ways. China is firmly committed to boosting international cooperation against COVID-19, promoting global economic recovery, improving global governance, and advancing regional cooperation. China will continue to work closely with African countries, including Sierra Leone, to uphold multilateralism, safeguard the UN-centered international system, and cope with various risks and challenges. China will continue to join hands with the international community in pushing forward the building of a community with a shared future for mankind. Your Excellency, Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, diplomats are the guardians of national interests and international justice. It is highly commendable that Sierra Leone actively participates in international and regional affairs and positively contributes to the enhancement of regional peace and cooperation, while congratulating the Sierra Leone government under the leadership of His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio on its noteworthy diplomatic achievements. The Chinese side reaffirms its support, unflinching support to Sierra Leone. Let our two sides work together to ensure the smooth construction of the Foreign Service Academy building. I believe that upon completion, this academy will become Sierra Leone's cradle of diplomats, where more high-quality and professional diplomats for this country and even the sub-region will be nurtured and cultivated. Long live China-Sierra Leone friendship. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021. Thank you.
I think His Excellency deserves another round of applause. Thank you very much, and thank God we did not misplace that one vote. Ladies and gentlemen, my next speaker has contributed immensely to the development of the Foreign Ministry. Her recent efforts in transforming this ministry to a modern ministry is highly commendable. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Sierra Leone could now be counted among its peers in the sub-region. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite the Chief Diplomat of the Republic of Sierra Leone and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Madam Nabila Farida Tunis, to make a statement. Oh, sorry, that was an oversight. Of course, the Ministry of Works is the ministry that is responsible with oversight functions to oversee such constructions. It is now my honor to invite the Minister of Works and Public Assets to make a statement. Honorable Peter Bayeko Conte.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maada Bio, colleague ministers of government, Your Excellency, the Chinese Ambassador to Sierra Leone, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me start by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation for inviting me to this function of the turning of the sword for the construction of the Sierra Leone Foreign Service Academy, and for involving from the onset the Ministry of Works and Public Assets in this significant project. The design and subsequent plans were done in consultation and collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. All specification and design documents were sent to the Ministry of Works and Public Assets for certification and to ensure the adherence to best practices and standards. Indeed, our role as a ministry is to build and manage structures that can stand the test of time, ensure proper engineering work, value for money, and timely implementation of projects. Therefore, we are delighted to be part and parcel of this important initiative. Further, we will do exactly what is expected of us in the project. 1. Be responsible for the day-to-day monitoring and supervision of the work to ensure that the highest quality and standards are maintained. 2. Certify all local and imported building materials before use. 3. Certify all payments. I wish to assure Your Excellency, our dear President, that my ministry, in collaboration with the Office of Presidential Infrastructure Initiative and the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers, will work as a unit so as to guarantee the best result. Well, as the saying goes, when a good friend gives you a gift or a fine gift, you have to make the best use of it. On that note, let me join the beneficiary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, in thanking the government of the People's Republic of China for this outstanding gift, as well as for the many others we have benefited from you. You are indeed a true friend Sierra Leone can be proud of. Mr. Chairman, I would not do justice to my statement if I do not mention the originator of Sierra Leone having the country's first foreign service academy. Let me say that within our new direction manifesto, our president's vision for such an establishment is clearly indicated. Indeed, this is the talk and do president. Thank you, our president, our transformer, for you know the benefits to Sierra Leone of having well-trained diplomats. Finally, let me conclude by telling this gathering and fellow Sierra Leoneans that the country is currently implementing numerous major infrastructure projects across the country. This includes the construction and rehabilitation of roads and schools, as well as facilities in the areas of health, water, and electricity, to name a few. Interestingly, government is working very hard to complete by the end of 2021 the long-standing road works, including the Toke Road, Hillside Bypass Road, the Pendembu to Kailahun Road, Bo to Bandajuma to Mano River Union Bridge, the Moyamba to Moyamba Junction, Wellington to Mashaka, and the Lincoln Wing to Regent Road. By the way, Chinese companies are also involved in some of these projects, as well as in road feasibility studies. This demonstrates that our government is at work in all sectors. This is a true government. Lastly, I wish to assure our Chinese friends, as well as the implementing partner CRSG, that we shall be constructing this first Sierra Leone Foreign Service Academy together as a team. I thank you for your attention and Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Works and Public Assets. We will now listen to a statement from the Minister of Technical and Higher Education. Since this academy, when completed, will be giving attention to education of diplomats. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, Brigadier Retired Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, the Chief Minister, Professor David Francis, Ministers of Government and Deputy Ministers present, Members of Parliament present, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, representative of the China Railway Serving Group, heads of MDA, our security services, chairman of councils present, the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and all protocols observed according to Editor Ambassador Sule Darami. Your Excellency, at the state opening of Parliament on 10th of May 2018, you made 4 foreign policy pronouncements, one of which that the new direction government will establish a school of diplomacy to train career diplomats. We're here this morning, Your Excellency, to witness and be part of another fulfillment of your pronouncements coming to reality. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being true to your promises. Of course, we ministers know that we have to make sure that these pronouncements must come to pass or we are done. To my colleague, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, we are all in this together. You are assured of the full support and cooperation of the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education. We will guide and work with you diligently to get all the regulations fulfilled and to make sure that we abide by the Tertiary Education Commission approval and certification. However, the curriculum must be radical in approach, innovative in delivery, and holistic in coverage. Thanks to the Chinese government for this wonderful gift that they have given to us. I am told secretly that this kind of edifice behind us is going to be replicated in one of our universities. I hope Kenya will come on. But Happy New Year, Happy Christmas, and a joyous New Year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Makima. I had already said something about the next speaker. My glasses deceived me, I didn't know she was. Anyway, please welcome Madam Nabila Faridat Yunis, Chief Diplomat and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much, Director of Protocol. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Brigadier Retired Dr. Julius Maada Bio, Your Excellency, Ambassador Hu Zhangliang, the Chief Minister, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with profound joy and happiness that I join you here this morning to witness this historic event of launching the construction of Sierra Leone's first ever diplomatic academy, which will provide the much needed platform to share knowledge, skills and expertise. Let me join my Director General to once more warmly welcome you all to this ceremony. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as globalization continues to gather pace and interaction among countries expand, international diplomacy has become the main catalyst for peaceful coexistence, global order, and economic prosperity for all. However, effective engagement in the international system determines to a greater extent whether a country will share in the prosperity that globalization and information technology have engendered. In every country, the responsibility of international engagement rests primarily on the shoulders of foreign service officers. Therefore, results from international engagements are only as good as the foreign diplomats who engage in the diplomatic negotiations and bargaining. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, no one is more aware of this fact than His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. Julius Maada Bio. In his maiden speech to Parliament in May 2018, His Excellency, the President, announced to this nation that for the first time in our history, his government will establish a specialized institution for the training of career diplomats. The objective is to ensure that Sierra Leone strengthens and consolidates its position in the international system and streamlines its posture to strategically promote and advance the national interest, and by extension, marshalling support for the implementation of the country's socio-economic development agenda as espoused in the medium-term National Development Plan. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this can only be achieved when professionalism and competence become the normal practice in diplomatic engagements. What we are witnessing here today is a product of intensive work geared towards mobilizing the much-needed resources to translate the vision of His Excellency the President into tangible reality. I am in that regard pleased to formally announce today that the government of the People's Republic of China has provided the funds to assist us establish the first ever diplomatic academy in our beloved land that we love. In our beloved land that we love, Sierra Leone. On behalf of His Excellency the President, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, let me express Sierra Leone's immense thanks and appreciation to the government and the people of China for this kind gesture. The construction work of the Foreign Service Academy was supposed to commence early this year, but the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic stalled the process. We are, however, thankful that even though the pandemic is not over yet, we have successfully worked with our Chinese partners to put the necessary arrangements in place for this project to begin. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge and commend the special efforts made by Ambassador Hu Zhangliang for this project to finally get underway. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the physical construction of the Diplomatic Academy is the beginning of a continuum of processes that will ultimately lead to the full functioning of the Academy. We are currently having extensive discussions with our various partners, including our ambassadors and former staff of the ministry, on issues of curricular development, training of tutors, exchange visits, and affiliation to renowned diplomatic institutions around the world, among others. May I, at this point, Your Excellency, acknowledge the presence of our former ambassadors, Ambassador Sule Garami, Ambassador Rasi Timbo, Ambassador Bon Wuli, Mr. I.S. Conte, the former Director General as well, and other ambassadors who I may not be able to see from here. You're all welcome and highly appreciated for the efforts that you have put towards this project. Your Excellency, sir, furthermore, we have streamlined our new foreign policy to provide the broad context of diplomatic education of our foreign service officers. The foreign policy outlines in detail Sierra Leone's international objectives, posture, and position on key global issues. It is therefore expected that the Diplomatic Academy's curriculum that will be eventually developed mirrors the content and spirit of the country's foreign policy objectives. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, an education institute of such magnitude as the Foreign Service Academy is often established by an Act of Parliament. Currently, there is no Foreign Service Act which would have conveniently solved this legislative gap. Nonetheless, the Ministry will continue to consult with all critical stakeholders, including the Minister, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice's office, the Ministry of Technical and Higher Education during the construction phase of about 15 months to ensure that the required steps are taken to have the appropriate legislation in place. It is my strongest conviction that this day marks the beginning of professionalism, effectiveness, and great results in Sierra Leone's diplomatic engagements. The years that will follow the full functioning of this Foreign Service Academy will see our career diplomats ranked among the best in the world. Allow me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to use this opportunity to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his promise by not only establishing the Foreign Service Academy, but by also appointing career diplomats into leadership positions in our overseas missions. Such best practice by our President has gone a long way in motivating our diplomatic staff and have marked a critical transition to making the Foreign Service largely professional. Your Excellency, sir, the house you are building is taking form, and the Ministry will continue to garner all the necessary tools to ensure the end product reflects your vision and plan. May I therefore thank my predecessor, Dr. Ali Kaba, his deputy, Mrs. Nimatu Barchan, past and present staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, my very active Deputy Minister, Mr. Solomon Jamiru, the Director General, Ambassador Florence Bangali, Deputy Director General, Ambassador Duwai Lunge, directors, and all staff for their respective contributions. Excellency, sir, let me conclude by stating that the Foreign Service Academy resonates strongly with your human capital development priority. Like you have always emphasized, sir, education is the bedrock of socio-economic development. The Foreign Service Academy will surely contribute to the sustainable development drive of our people. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous 2021. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our Chief Diplomats for a very excellent statement. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Since he took office in 2018, he has been working assiduously to ensure that the new direction agenda stay on course. His leadership style has transformed the governance landscape, thus resulting in achievement of 28 out of 38 manifesto promises. Sierra Leoneans have rechristened him Talk and Do. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to give the floor to the nation's first gentleman, Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone.
Let's sit down, please. Mr. Chair, the Chief Minister, Ministers of Government, Honourable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, our development partners present here this morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. From the outset, let me extend warm sentiments and fraternal season's greetings to His Excellency, President Xi Jinping, his government, the great people of the People's Republic of China. The people of Sierra Leone fully appreciate the contribution of the government of the People's Republic of China to our development as a nation. Be assured that our cordial relations and mutual cooperation for the last 50 years will continue to grow from strength to strength. We remain fully committed to this relationship and we will continue to deepen all areas of bilateral cooperation. We will also maintain close solidarity and coordination on multilateral issues. We are grateful for the generous support the People's Republic of China continues to provide to our nation's development through direct aid and through FOCAC funding. Previous speakers have already highlighted interventions including past and present infrastructure projects. Based on our continued friendly relations, we anticipate even more strategic partnerships and interventions that will support our nation's development. Let me also register my sincere appreciation to our former and present diplomatic staff present here this morning. You have served our nation with great commitment and we truly appreciate your representation on your various foreign assignments. Thank you for serving the nation. In the New Direction Manifesto, we argued that Sierra Leone had not maximized benefit from international diplomacy, foreign relations, and international cooperation simply because there was no clear foreign policy orientation and was unduly under the influence of different forces in terms of recruitment, performance of diplomats, etc. Sometimes untrained and unqualified civil servants were recruited and were trained on the job. Also, persons of dubious character and integrity were appointed or recruited either because of membership of a political party or upon recommendation of a political operative. Missions went without regular subventions because staff deployment was irrational and ill-considered. This was further compounded by our nation's failure to pay contributions to international bodies and hence our failure to benefit from those organizations. Sierra Leone did not also take advantage of trade and investment opportunities for all the foregoing reasons and even more. Sierra Leone's international image and credibility suffered a lot as a consequence of all of these and bad governance at home. So in our medium-term national development plan, we set out 15 strategic policy actions, including the establishment of a diplomatic academy for training and producing higher numbers of career diplomats, creating special schemes to encourage young graduates to become career diplomats, and upskilling and reskilling existing staff to ensure higher productivity and efficiency. This training, in addition to reorganization, harmonization, rationalization of our foreign ministry and foreign missions, could enhance the quality of our representation and thus maximize the benefits of our foreign relations. This is against the backdrop of a robust foreign policy that clearly promotes international cooperation based on respect, mutual trust, and benefit, and one for which Sierra Leone proactively, constructively, and productively engages the world. We are paying our contributions to international organizations and bringing our country into compliance. For instance, we have paid in full our contributions to the Commonwealth Secretariat, the International Criminal Court, and just last week, the World Trade Organization. With full participation, our country will realize the full benefits of development cooperation offered by those multilateral institutions. To achieve our strategic policy objective as outlined in the medium-term national development plan, the Sierra Leonean diplomats, career diplomats, will be trained in this Foreign Service Academy, for which we are here to break the ground today. First, the world is changing every day, and the nature of diplomacy is forever changing. Diplomacy is no longer just about managing bilateral relations or just presenting political and other positions to other friendly nations or organizations. It goes beyond traditional notion of acquiring and analyzing deep knowledge about foreign nations, identifying key state actors, and successfully navigating relations with those nations through engagement and negotiation. It involves working with multilateral and multinational and international organizations right across the globe. It involves negotiating partnerships and international instruments that foster the interests of our nation, promoting our trade and economic interests, and pursuing multilateral solutions to transnational issues ranging from trafficking in person and irregular migration to terrorism, cybercrimes, illegal narcotics, transborder insurgencies, climate change, pandemics, and more. In fact, how we ascertain the nature, the reach, and the impact of these transnational phenomena and networks is central to the work of the new Sierra Leone diplomat. Technology-mediated globalization now means that the domestic and the international are one seamless continuum, and the diplomat is therefore key in how government contends with those international issues. The work of diplomats also involves conflict prevention, crisis management, post-conflict reconstruction, peace building, etc. They have to navigate the complexities of competitive nationalism, legitimacies, statehood, and engage new and autonomous actors in the private sector and multinational companies and some non-state actors. The modern Sierra Leone diplomat should be able to understand and advise the government on the ramifications of development diplomacy for this country. They should also understand and coordinate our country's new public diplomacy orientation towards economic diplomacy. With the perceived depletion of development aid, there is a need to promote trade and investment. The large cost of establishing and operating an embassy must be offset with the trade and investment opportunities those diplomats in those missions can create for Sierra Leone. Also, COVID-19 has taught us that facility with information and communication technologies is an absolute necessity for the modern Sierra Leone diplomat. Zoom meetings have been a common feature in diplomatic interactions, but I would also like to see Sierra Leone project its voice on questions of developing common technical standards and architecture for using technology in diplomacy. I therefore see an opportunity for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to collaborate with the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation on developing the infrastructure and training the modern Sierra Leone diplomat on the integration of technology into the work of diplomacy. I also see opportunity for collaboration with the Ministry of Basic and Senior Secondary Education and Technical and Higher Education. From junior secondary school through university, young Sierra Leonean students should see diplomacy as a lifelong career, a career that is rich with possibilities. Information about the career and career path should be popularized among students. I also see the new Sierra Leonean diplomat as being one who, at the very least, is proficient to fluent in writing and speaking in at least 2 of the United Nations languages: Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish. This, to my mind, must also be a strict requirement for every graduate from this academy. For me also, the work of the future foreign service diplomat in a highly dynamic and complex global environment involves strong comprehension and exceptional critical thinking and rich research skills. He or she must have great cultural competence, exceptional interpersonal skills, outstanding communication skills, and should be nimble in order to competently and successfully navigate an increasingly complex and layered world. They should be inquisitive but flexible. They should be agile across tasks, and they should be employable in various directorates of the ministry without impact on their performance or fit. Personally, I expect our modern diplomat to imbibe a go-getter mentality, but they should at all times temper that with irreproachable integrity and essential decency, and never lose sight of the ethical implications of their actions. They must be persons of impeccable character and temperament, whose judgment can always be trusted by all. This is much about how we want to be represented as a country, and how we want our diplomats to be seen by host nations and multilateral institutions as respectable and trustworthy partners. I also expect the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to develop entry requirements so that only the best and brightest can be admitted to and graduate from this academy. As they transition into the world of work, I expect that the ministry will work with the Ministry of Planning and Development to develop comprehensive performance assessment and management indicators. To be, but more so, to remain a diplomat representing our great nation, our diplomat must satisfactorily pass all those annual performance indicators. Let me reiterate by way of conclusion that I expect from the Foreign Service Academy rigorous and comprehensive curriculum that trains the modern and future Sierra Leonean diplomat. We expect that graduates from the Foreign Service Academy will have a multiplier effect for the international standing and development of this country. They should protect the interests of our country and our citizens at all times by how they represent and negotiate on behalf of this country. So, let me once more thank our partners, the government and people of the People's Republic of China for their continued cooperation and support. I therefore have the pleasure to be a part of this meeting today, and which is meant for the construction of Sierra Leone's first ever Foreign Service Academy. Thank you all for your attention.
Just after the His Excellency the President will now proceed to unveil the model of the Foreign Service Academy building and also turn the sword. The following, in observance of COVID protocols, we are limiting the number of people that will accompany His Excellency the President. All ministers, all former Director Generals of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much.
Altogether, 55 rooms, including the large conference rooms.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry.
Which way? Okay, come on, that's it. Open the small one.
来，给你踩一下，给你看这个。
What's up, guys? Dikkat et, sızma. Can we keep back? Can we just keep back a bit?
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Lisa.
Whose station, sir?
SABC.
Oh,
Did you do anything?
Well, I believe when I don't monitor with His Excellency the President, just turned the sod for the construction of a foreign service academy. We, of course, the Chinese company, we CRSG, we go for construct. Well, according to information that the construction will take about 15 months for construct this building, we go for the trained career diplomats them in Sierra Leone. This is a new thing whereby we get an academy now for train we career diplomats them so that at least they would be at par with foreign diplomats them and understand the protocols of foreign service. So now a big thing for Sierra Leone because China always, of course, they in a bilateral relationship with Sierra Leone. So the friendship so tight that China, they give because of the support to Sierra Leone, we give them for let them will be part of the United Nations Security Council. Well, these are the sites. We, of course, will go for construct the building. You will find out, so you will see the CRSG vehicle, then get generator. And in fact, the work they commence immediately after the turning of the sword. This is no waste time for Sierra Leone. So we'll go for see this in 15 months' time, and we'll go for see a foreign service whereby for trained career diplomats them in the country. Well, now so we go round up because we go for link up with Parliament as well as Parliament go for close the appropriation bill of 2021. So we the crossover, but for now we the handover to New Englandville, and then later on we'll go for joint Parliament building for the end of the appropriation bill of 2020-2021, with the the Ministry of Finance been laid at the House of Parliament. Until then, thanks to my cameraman David Williams, technical man Alex Sisi, and on behalf of the management and staff of the SABC, that must say the handing over to New Englandville for continuation of the day's broadcast. Until then, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
€47,441,800. The various vote counts. Implementing agencies, the Sierra Leone Roads Authority, and the vote amount is 256 billion leones, and this is for roads. Vote 11001, National Assets and Government Property Commission, 1 billion leones. Vote 31900, Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, 3 billion leones. Vote 31901, National Commission for Children, 1 billion, 10,248,300 leones. Vote 12800, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, 50 billion leones. Vote 31000, Ministry of Youth Affairs, 2,801,308,079 leones. Vote 31001, National Youth Commission, 3 billion leones. Vote 31300, the National Youth Service, 2,500,000,000 leones. Vote 30200, Ministry of Sports, 3,685,458,700 leones. Vote 40100, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Food Security, 31,529,058,900 leones. Vote 42600, Sierra Leone Seed Certification Agency. This is for the new agency. We've allocated $1 billion to the Seed Certification Agency. Vote 42700, National Fertilizer Regulatory Agency, 1,500,000 leones. Vote 40305, National Minerals Agency, 2,059,458,700 leones. Vote 31800, Ministry of Environment, 3,837,496,900 leones. Vote 41000, National Protected Area Authority and Conservation Trust Fund, 3,261,474,300 leones. Vote 41700, Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority, 2,270,093,700 leones. Vote 42000, Sierra Leone Environmental Protection Agency, 24,833,296,800 leones. Vote 42200, Sierra Leone Meteorological Agency, 1,436,085,700 leones. Vote 40200, Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, 14,630,566,700 leones. Vote 12700, Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, 14,899,517,900 leones. Vote 13800, Statistics, Sierra Leone, 6 billion leones. Vote 11201, Public-Private Partnership Unit, 1 billion leones. Vote 32000, Vote 32000, National Sports Authority, 25,205,795,000 leones. Vote 20501, Ministry of Internal Affairs, 1,022,594,000 leones. Vote 20600, Sierra Leone Police, 96,307,000,000 leones. Vote 20700, Sierra Leone Correctional Services, 54,666,966,400 leones. Vote 20800, National Fire Force, 5,982,133,800 leones. Vote 21200, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, 795,984,200 euros. Vote 13400, the National Electoral Commission, 150 billion euros. Vote 20300, National Civil Registration Authority, 5,173,300 euros. Vote 11018, the Corporate Affairs Commission, 1,028,036,300 euros. Vote 40300, Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources, 1,856,847,200 euros. Vote 11700, and this is the Cabinet Secretariat, 3,146,981,600 euros. Vote 30600, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, 3,010,290,800 euros. Vote 21100, the Immigration Department. The allocation is 7,338,836,100 euros. Vote 12600, the Independent Police Complaints Board, 1,250,598,700 euros. Vote 11013, the Sierra Leone Insurance Corporation, Sierra Leone Insurance Commission, 1 billion. Vote 12200, Human Resource Management Office, HRMO, 3 billion euros. Vote 12300, the Public Service Commission, PSC, 3,097,111,200 euros. Vote 11400, Ministry of Water Resources, 15,737,173,100 euros.
Honorable members, the question is that the vote heads and corresponding estimates as read out and pronounced by the Honorable Minister stand part of the schedule.
Reports of the sectorial committees under consideration by the Chairman of the Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, as for on the consolidated sectorial application report, the 9 specific findings and recommendations. Vote head 40400, Minister of Transport and Aviation. The third paragraph. Following critical review of the budget to the submission for 2021 financial year, the Ministry of Finance allocated as stated to the ministry. After closely examining the ministry's proposed activity in 2021, the committee views the 2021 budget allocation of the ministry as adequate and therefore recommends its approval. Vote head 11007, the Anti-Corruption Commission, ACC. Page 11, the 8th paragraph. In order to effectively carry out this mandate in 2021 financial year, this mandate, with the budget ceiling of as stated, the AC submitted a budget of as stated inclusive of its wages, salaries, bills to the Ministry of Finance. The last paragraph. The committee considers as stated allocation provided to the Anti-Corruption Commission as inadequate and in that vein recommends for supplementary. Vote held 11600 Parliament. Page 12, paragraph 3. For 2021 financial year, Parliament submitted a budget to the tune of 70,026,300,000, but has been provided a vote sum, should be a vote sum instead of voted sum, of 21,904,700,000. In the appropriation bill of 2021, which falls way below each submission. The committee observed that the decrease in the budget submitted by Parliament will seriously affect its oversight role, benefits and privileges of members of Parliament, staff and other administrative functions. After critically considering the annual budget estimate for Parliament, the committee held the view that it will be extremely difficult for the institution as a whole arm of government to perform most of the functions earmarked for the financial year 2021. Therefore, in discussion with the Ministry of Finance, the committee hereby recommends the approval of the original budget of 70,026,300,000. The committee also recommends that Parliament should, without further delay, ensure the full implementation of Section 74(4) of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone, which states, members of Parliament shall be entitled to such salaries, allowances, gratuities, pension, and such other benefits as may be prescribed by Parliament. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, the financial autonomy of Parliament cannot be overemphasized, as it allows the institution to freely exercise the competence with which it is vested by the Constitution. Page 13. It is with regard to the foregoing that the committee viewed 21,904,704,600 allocated to Parliament as grossly inadequate, and therefore recommends the approval of the 70,026,300,000. Vote held 14100, Audit Service Sierra Leone. Page 14, the last paragraph in bold writing. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance strongly consider reviewing and improving the remuneration of the Auditor General and staff of the Audit Service Sierra Leone, external order without further delay. Page 15, the last paragraph in bold writing. The committee is of the view that the stated allocation provided to the Audit Service Sierra Leone is inadequate and needs being recommended for supplementary. Voted 14100, Government Printing Department. Page 16, the sixth paragraph. For the 2021 financial year, Government Printing Department projects to generate the sum of as stated. Second sentence. In order for the Government Printing Department to fully and effectively carry out its duties for which it was established, a budget of to the tune of as stated was submitted to the Ministry of Finance and has been allocated to them as stated. The last paragraph in bold writing. Mr. Chairman, since the Government Printing Department has no other available sources of revenue for 2021 financial year, the committee recommends that more funds be allocated to this department in order to establish branches in the various districts, hereby broadening its revenue generation streams. Page 17, last paragraph in bold writing. The committee is of the view that the stated allocation provided to the Government Printing Department is inadequate, and that in the vein recommends for supplementary. Vote held 14200, National Public Procurement Authority, NPPA. The third paragraph. In 2021 financial year, the authority made a budget submission of as stated, and the Ministry of Finance approved the sum of as stated for the year under review. The last paragraph. The committee held the view that the 2021 budget allocation of as stated to the Commission is fairly adequate and therefore recommends its approval. Vote held 14200, Sierra Leone Maritime Administration. Page 19, the sixth paragraph. The administration as a revenue generating institution submitted to the Ministry of Finance a budget on revenue mobilized to the tune of as stated. For the FY 2021 has been allocated with as stated. For the FY 2021, the administration assured the committee of exceeding revenue target as stated. Last paragraph in bold writing. The committee considered the as stated allocation for the Sierra Leone Maritime as adequate and recommends for its approval. Vote held 40800, Ministry of Works and Public Assets. Page 21, paragraph 5. The Ministry of Works and Public Assets, in order to carry out its intended activities in 2021, submitted a budget to the tune of as stated, and only as stated has been allocated. However, the Ministry highlighted the following as areas that will be seriously affected by the decrease in their budget submitted for FY 2021.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, Chairman. The Speaker intends not to hear from all the secretaries.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say nay. The ayes have it.
Page 22. Under the Ministry of Work and Public Assets, the writing in bold. The committee holds the view that the allocated allocation to this ministry is inadequate to finance its activities, and therefore, and that there is a need for government to adequately support them by way of supplementary budget during the course of the year, if any. Vote held 41100, Road Maintenance Fund Administration. The fourth paragraph. For the FY 2021, the IMF has submitted a budget of as stated, but has been allocated with as stated. In 2021, as it planned key deliverables, the IMF intends to as stated. The last paragraph, page 23, under the IMF. In view of the above, the committee recommends that 1. The IMFA draft a statutory document for an increment of percentage share from the monies allocated on fair levies and ensure full representation at the collection spot. And they are stated be approved by this Honorable House. Vote various Sierra Leone Road Authority, SLRA. Page 24, the fifth paragraph. The SLRA submitted an original budget of as stated to the Ministry of Finance, but the sum of as stated has been allocated for the FY 2021. The decrease in the authority's budget will limit its scope of operation, plan and maintenance and road maintenance activities, recruitment, training, and motivation of staff, as stated. Page 25. The last paragraph in bold writing. In view of the foregoing, the committee therefore recommends that 1. Through concerted effort of key stakeholders such as Parliamentary Committee on Works and Public Assets and the Ministry of Works and Public Assets, the recommendation of the independent technical team as contained in the procedure manual for funding of the National Roads Network that was constituted after the board retreat in February 2019. Under the auspices of the Ministry, major stakeholders in attendance should be fully implemented. 2. Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Works and Public Assets should serve as moral guarantors in the signing of a performance contract for both the SLRA and IMFA, detailing the responsibilities of each party. And 3, the Ministry of Finance should consider reviewing the FY2021 operation cost budget of the SLR in order to enable them with its 26 expenses associated with normal business operation on a day-to-day basis. Vote head 11001, National Asset and Government Property Commission. Page 27, paragraph 6. The Commission budget ceiling set by the Ministry of Finance for 2021 financial year is as stated, or submitted budget of as stated, and the sum of as stated has been allocated. For 2021, the Commission projected revenue of as stated. Last paragraph. The committee viewed the Commission's 2021 allocation as adequate and therefore recommends for its approval. The committee also recommends that the Commission draft a statutory document compensated to be retained from own source revenue. Vote 1900, Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. Page 28, the third paragraph. For 2021 FY, the Ministry however submitted a budget proposal of as stated, but was allocated as stated. The PI stated that the decrease will affect the operational and running costs of the ministry, strengthening of the SGBV response mechanism, the operation of SPGB on stock centers, and the 116 rape hotline for SGBV reporting, develop and enact legislation, policies for gender equality and women empowerment, review and implement the child protection policies and laws. The last one. The committee recommends that supplementary budget be allocated to the ministry in order to have a good number of the above-mentioned planned activities achieved. Consequently, the committee also cautioned the ministry to prioritize the activities in order to meet key performance indicators. Page 29. You can now 6 paragraph in bold writing. Committee therefore recommends for the introduction of legislation that will clearly distinguish the mandate operation of the Ministry of Gender, Social Welfare, and that of the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. The committee deemed the stated allocation of the ministry as inadequate and therefore recommends supplementary budget so as to be able to cater for the public debt liabilities owed by the ministry. Vote head 31901, National Commission for Children. Page 30, the 4th paragraph. The Commissioner mentioned that as stated was submitted to the Ministry of Finance because of their nature of activities and operations it intends to perform for FY 2021. A budget of as stated was approved, and according to the Commissioner, the decrease from the original budget submitted for FY 2021 will affect the effective and efficient operations of the following activities of the Commission nationwide. 5th paragraph. The committee further observed from the review of the field questionnaire and its engagement with the vote controller that the Commission is using a single sourcing procurement procedure instead of an open competitive bidding. But the vote controller responded, in quote, it was just for the provision of internet which was needed under emergency. The Commission needed additional staffing and they were in receipt of fairly used donations in kind, furniture from UNICEF and 2 brand new laptops and motorbikes, each from the World Vision. Last paragraph. The committee however recommends that the RFQ procedure be used as a specialized procurement officer be hired to handle the Commission's procurement processes. The amount as the stated allocation to the Commission was considered inadequate by the committee and therefore recommends for supplementary budget. Vote head 12800, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Page 32, the 5th paragraph. For 2021 financial year, The Ministry submitted an original budget of our state to the Ministry of Finance. Following review on this submission, the sum of our state has been proposed as an allocation to the Ministry subject to parliamentary approval. The other paragraph, the sixth paragraph, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, during the sub-appropriation hearings, the committee observed that a decrease in the allocation of the ministry's budget will affect the following areas as stated. Embassies in Morocco and Turkey. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance maintains the ministry original budget submission as stated. Vote held 3100 for Ministry of Youth Affairs. Page 32, the third paragraph. For 2021 financial year, the ministry has allocated a sum of assets. Mindful of the fact of the ministry's role in minimizing youth unemployment and aiding the implementation of the current programs and projects they outlined for implementation in 2021, the committee considers the proposed allocation to the Ministry of Youth Affairs as inadequate. The last paragraph. In view of the above, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance provide a supplementary to this ministry and during the course of the financial year 2021. Vote held 31001. National Youth Commission. Page 34. The third paragraph. For the financial year 2021, the Ministry of Finance has proposed to allocate the sum of assets following approval by Parliament. Against this backdrop, I'm mindful of the Commission's role in addressing youth employment issues. Among others, the committee viewed the said allocation as inadequate and considered a supplementary budget for the institution during the course of the financial year. Vote held 31300 National Youth Service. Third paragraph. For 2021 financial year, the Ministry of Finance has allocated a sum of assets to the institution subject to parliamentary approval. In recognition of the crucial role of the institution under review in nurturing the potentials of young graduates, the committee is of the view that there is a need for the 2021 budget to the youth service to be increased. Page 35, the last paragraph. The committee therefore recommends that the budgetary estimate of the youth service for the financial year 2021 be reviewed upward to enable the institution achieve its intended objectives. Votes held 30200 Minister of Sports. The fourth paragraph. For the financial year 2021, Minister of Finance has allocated the sum of assets subject to its approval by Parliament. Given the critical role of sport in fostering peace and national cohesion, creation of jobs, especially for the youth, the committees of review that the 2021 proposed budget of the ministry requires an upward review. The last paragraph. The committee recommends that the said allocation be increased through supplementary budget during the course of the financial year. Vote held 40100, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry. Page 36, the third paragraph. For 2021 FY, with no budget in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, submitted a budget of as stated to the Ministry of Finance. However, an allocated sum as stated on the appropriation bill awaits parliamentary approval. The revenue target is set as stated. The last paragraph in bold writing. The committee noted that agriculture being the second flagship, well, I'm sure it was supposed to be a flagship program to HE, the president, coupled with its potential employment of about 70% of the population, especially youth. The committee recommends a more donor support to this ministry and to privatize the sector in order to increase agricultural productivity and reduce importation of rice. Vote held 42600, Sierra Leone Seed Certification Agency. Page 37, the second paragraph. For the FY 2021, this agency submitted a budget of as stated to meet the implementation of its approved deliverables, but an allocated sum of assets on the appropriation bill awaits parliamentary approval. The committee viewed this amount as inadequate and therefore recommends its approval. As adequate, rather. The committee viewed this amount as adequate and therefore recommends its approval. Vote held 42700. National Fertilizer Regulatory Agency. The second paragraph. For the financial year 2021, with budget submission, National Fertilizer Regulatory Agency has been allocated with the sum of activity for its approved deliverables for the year under review. The last paragraph. The committee viewed this allocation as adequate and therefore recommends its approval. Vote held 40305, National Minerals Agency, NMA. Page 38, the fifth paragraph. For the FY 2021, with no budget submission according to the questionnaire presented, and allocated sum of accepted on appropriation bill awaits parliamentary approval. During the hearing, the committee observed that huge amounts were spent on capital expenditure projects like the rehabilitation of office space, coverage of drainage systems, and supported the entire directorate to function effectively. The last paragraph. Mindful of the government commitment to diversify the country's economy and to increase such much needed revenue, the committee recommends to the NMA to track all mining companies' activities and to institute reforms in order to scale up revenue mobilization. Page 39. Vote held 31800. The Ministry of Environment. The third paragraph. For 2021 financial year, the Ministry made an original budget submission of as stated, for an allocated sum of as stated on the bill awaits parliamentary approval. As such, the Ministry is of the view that the reduction in this budgetary submission will adversely affect the general operation and functioning of the FY 2021. The last paragraph. The committee recommends that the Ministry is provided with adequate office space, staff, and mobility. Vote held 41000, National Protected Area Authority, NPAA, and Conservation Trust Fund. Page 40, paragraph 6. For 2021 FY, the NPAA made an original budget submission of as stated, but was allocated as stated in the application bill. The committee viewed the allocation as inadequate and therefore recommends supplementary budget to help augment its revenue generating capacity. Vote held 41700, Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Authority. Page 41, the third paragraph. For 2021 financial year, the NSRPA submitted an original budget of as stated to the Ministry of Finance. However, the Ministry of Finance allocated a sum of as stated subject to parliamentary approval. Question on the impact of the decrease. The Executive Secretary revealed that the decrease will affect the authority's ability to carry out its activities, which includes inspection and monitoring of radiation sources countrywide. The last paragraph. The committee recommends that, as stated, vote held 42000 Sierra Leone Environmental Protection Agency, EPA. Page 42, the fifth paragraph. For 2021 financial year, the agency made its budget submission of as stated for non-salary recurrent expenditure, but the Ministry of Finance allocated as stated for both salaries, recurrent and development expenditure. The vote controller explained that the decrease will affect the implementation of some environmental management activities, staff training, development activities, and general operations of the agency. The last paragraph. The committee recommends that the EPA receives 90% of its own source revenue instead of 80%. Vote 42200, Sierra Leone Meteorological Agency. Page 43, the fourth paragraph. For the FY 2021, the Meteorological Agency submitted a budget of as stated. The Ministry of Finance was allocated as stated. The last paragraph. The committee viewed this allocation as adequate and therefore recommends approval. Vote held 40200, Ministry of Fisheries. Page 44, the fourth paragraph. For FY 2021, the Ministry original budget submission to the Ministry of Finance was as stated, but was allocated as stated. The Ministry informed the committee that the decrease would negatively affect its operation. Public debt of ministry stood as stated during the honorary. The last paragraph. The committee advised the ministry to develop a debt payment plan in consultation with the Ministry of Finance from their own source revenue. The committee viewed the 2021 allocation adequate and therefore recommends its approval. Vote held 12700, Ministry of Plan and Economic Development. Page 45, the third paragraph. In 2021 FY, with no budget in the Ministry submitted an original budget of as stated. However, as stated, as listed in the Appropriation Act of 2021, awaits parliamentary approval. The committee observed that there was a huge decrease in the ministry original budget submission, which, according to the Development Secretary, will affect the following areas as stated. Despite the above challenges, the committee viewed the allocation as fairly adequate and recommends its approval. Vote held 13800 statistics Sierra. Page 46, the third paragraph. For 2021 financial year, SAIS's original budget submission to the Ministry of Finance was as stated, but was allocated as stated. According to the Vote Controller, the stated decrease from this office original budget submission will affect the following as stated. The last paragraph. The committee viewed this office 2021 allocation as adequate, therefore, and recommend its approval. Vote held 11201, Public-Private Partnership Unit. Page 47, the third paragraph. For 2021 financial year, this unit submitted a budget of as stated, above its budget ceiling as stated, but was allocated as stated. The committee viewed this. The committee observed that the unit had very limited staff to perform various functions for which the committee recommends the recruitment of new staff to serve on the unit, I presume. The committee considers the unit's allocation adequate and therefore recommends the approval. Vote held 2000 National Sports Authority. Page 48, the third paragraph. For the financial year 2021, the Ministry of Finance has allocated a sum of as stated to the authority for running and administrative costs. National Sport Authority needs budgetary support to enable her to carry out an effective operation of its activities in sport development nationwide. To carry out an effective operation of its activities in sport development nationwide, specifically in the areas of popularizing the National Sport Authority Act and the Sport Policy of 2017. The committee recommends supplementary allocation for the authority. Vote held 20501, Ministry of Internal Affairs. Page 49, the fourth paragraph. For the FY 2021, the Ministry made a budget submission of as stated and with a budget allocation of as stated. The last paragraph in bold writing. The committee noted that indeed the Ministry is under-resourced and taking cognizance of the critical institution that the Ministry supervises. The committee recommends for a consideration by the Ministry of Finance which within midterm review for FY 2021 for its implementing. Vote held 20600, the Sierra Leone Police. Page 50, the fifth paragraph. For FY 2021, Sierra Leone Police made a submission, a budget submission of as stated, with a budget allocation of as stated for the financial year under review. The committee noted that there was an increase of as stated in FY 2021 compared to the allocation in FY 2020. The last paragraph in bold writing. The committee therefore recommends that 1. The Ministry of Finance should ensure that funds allocated to police are available on time. 2. The Ministry of Finance should release funds for overhauling of the SFP communication network. 3. The SFP should engage with the Committee on Internal Affairs and Information Committee to resolve the issue of NATCOM, providing the frequency for the Sierra Leone Police to start operating their radio station which has been established 2 years ago. Voted 20700, CRM Correctional Service. Page 51, the fourth paragraph. For FY 2021, the CRM Correctional Service made the budget submission of as stated of the same city. The actual budget allocation was as stated. On that note, the vote controller said the decrease in the original budget submission to the Ministry of Finance for FY 2021 will have serious effect. We have seriously affect diets and feeding for inmates, drugs and medical supplies, and ration for officers, and the proposed expansion of medical activities, especially at Benderu and Mafanta. Page 52, the last paragraph. The committee viewed the 2021 budget allocation of this MDA as adequate and recommends approval. Also, the committee urges the Correctional Service to increase monthly service on drugs for inmates. Besides, the Ministry of Finance should honor payment of all outstanding service providers of the Correctional Service, and the government should expedite the relocation of Pademba Road Correctional Service to bigger facilities. Voted 20800, the National Fire Force. Third paragraph. For FY 2021, the Fire Force made a budget ceiling and submission of as stated, with an allocation of as stated. According to the Chief Fire Force Officer, the decrease will affect the construction of fire stations, procurement of fire engines, recruitment and training of firefighters, and provision of fuel, which he said was an essential ingredient in the fire service. The last paragraph, page 3. The committee recommends that 1. The Parliamentary Commission on Internal Affairs to have a critical look into the service provider of the fire force and its procurement activities. 2. The Ministry of Finance should transfer the allocation of the fire force in time. Allocation of the fire force in time, looking at the nature of this responsibility. Vote 21200, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. The third paragraph. For FY 2021, the agency made a submission of as stated, and the Ministry of Finance allocated the sum of as stated from the government of Sierra Leone regular budget. Considering the critical role the agency plays in the fight against the use and abuse of narcotic drugs and its effect on the young population of Sierra Leone, the committee strongly recommends that the Ministry of Finance makes provision for supplementary budget for supplementary allocation to this agency. The last paragraph, page 54. The committee viewed the allocation to the Drug Law Enforcement Agency as inadequate and therefore recommends supplementary budget allocation for the Ministry of Finance. Vote head 13400, National Electoral Commission, NEC. The fifth paragraph. For FY 2021, the National Electoral Commission submitted a budget of as stated to the Ministry of Finance in line with this ceiling. The actual allocation that was given to them was as stated for the current and program expenditure. The committee observed an increase of as stated vote controller said the increase in the budget will provide positive impact on the conduct of elections, institutional capacity development, staff capacity development, and administrative and current expenditure. Last paragraph. The committee viewed the 2021 financial FY budget allocation to the Commission as adequate and recommends approval. Vote head 20300, National Civil Registration Authority. Page 6, the fifth paragraph. For FY 2021, NACA made the budget ceiling of as stated and submission of as stated, but the sum of as stated was allocated to the authority on government of Sierra Leone regular budget. The last paragraph, in bold writing. The committee recommends for the approval of 2021 budget allocation to the National Civil Registration Authority. Vote head 11018, Corporate Affairs Commission. Page 57, the fourth paragraph. For FY 2021, the Commission submitted a budget of as stated and allocated a sum of as stated. The committee noted that the Commission has a public outstanding debt of, therefore, 2020-2021, the sum of as stated, but the Commissioner submitted that the Commission will offset payment upon receipt of first quarter allocation. The committee recommends that the Commission should develop a payment plan for the service of the debt in consultation with the Ministry of Finance. Vote held 40300, Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources. Page 58, the sixth paragraph. Given the required responsibility of the Ministry as explained above, the committee therefore observed that revenue generation has been shifted to the agency, and the committee recommends that the Ministry should institute stronger policy department and also review the Mines Act to be very proactive. The last paragraph. Mindful of the contribution of the mineral sector to the economic growth of the country, the committee therefore recommends that the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Resources be considered for the supplementary budget during the course of the fiscal year to boost its potential in revenue generation drive. Voted 11700, Cabinet Secretariat. Page 59, the fifth paragraph. The financial year 2021 Ministry of Finance has allocated to this cabinet the sum of as stated. The Secretariat had always tried to expand judiciously in order to avoid excess expenditure, and 2. The Secretariat allocation was most expended on local travel, office running costs, and provision of the Secretariat services, that is refreshment during cabinet meetings. 3. Facilitate development and implementation of citizen charter for each ministry, department, and agency. Page 60, the last paragraph. The committee adjudged that in line with the key findings, the Ministry of Finance approved the budgetary estimate of as stated, allocated and approved through parliamentary supplementary estimate that will enable the Cabinet Secretary to undertake this program and projects. Vote 300601, Ministry of Land, Housing and Coast Planning. Page 1, the seventh paragraph. The committee strongly recommends a supplementary budget allocation to the ministry. It is also recommended by this committee that 3% of the revenue generated by this MUA should go back to the ministry for its outstanding work effort in revenue generation in consolidated form. The other paragraph. For the FY 2020, Parliament approved for the Ministry of Land the sum of as stated from the budget submission of as stated. The actual amount received as allocated was as stated, with no donor funding. Actual expenditure on 5 key deliverables as at 30th September 2020 amounted to as stated. The 2020 Government of Sierra Leone budget allocation indicates a 12% decrease from the allocation in the financial year 2019. The 12% decrease in 2020 budget allocation will affect the following activities program as stated. Voted 21100, Immigration Department. Page 63. The fourth paragraph. For FY 2021, the department budget was and submission was as stated with an allocation of as stated. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Finance to give approval for the recruitment of more staff in the immigration department and to be considered in the 25% increase of security institution. The Ministry of Transport to allocate a new official vehicle for the Chief Immigration Officer. The Ministry of Finance to transfer the full allocation of the department and in time, and also to pay outstanding service providers. Vote here 12600, Independent Police Complaint Board. The third paragraph. For FY 2021, the board made a budgetary submission of as stated and allocated a sum of as stated. The reduction of the allocation according to the vote controller would affect key areas of the operations: people maintenance, fuel and oil, furniture, equipment and vehicles. Vote Voted 11013, Sierra Leone Insurance Commission. The fifth paragraph. The Commission made a budget submission of stated and was allocated the sum of stated, a regular budget. The Commission target revenue target for the period under review was stated. The committee recommends that 1. The oversight committee supervising the Commission should actively involve in performing its oversight duties. 2. The Minister of Finance should ensure that 50% of registration fees go into the confidential fund. The 50%, while 50% is retained by the Commission for operation and functional activities, as this helps ease financial constraint of the Commission. Voted 407, Minister of Labour and Security. Page 66, the fourth paragraph. The committee recommends that many financial provisions are required to upgrade this ministry to meet the current challenges. Hence, 2021 allocation of associate is not adequate. Voted 122, Human Resource Management of the Digital Revenue. Page 67, the third paragraph. With regards to FY 2020, the Public Service Commission was given a vote, so to speak, by the Ministry of Finance, and in 2021, the PSC got an allocation as stated that registered an increase to boost the work of the Commission. The committee considered this budget adequate for this Commission's role. Vote head 41400, the Ministry of Water Resources. Page 68, the third paragraph. The FY 2021, the Ministry made a budget submission of a stated in the Ministry of Finance. Below is budget ceiling. Fortunately for this ministry, I allocated some of stated on the application of the Awest Parliamentary approval. The last paragraph. The committee recommends 1. That the ministry should attract private sector investment in the water sector. 2. That the Ministry of Electricity and Water Regulatory Agency have been very proactive in monitoring the operations of water producing companies. This is so because the proliferation of water producing companies in the country, if not regulated, and quality assurance ascertained, will pose a serious national health threat in the not too distant future. Guma Valley Water Company, period. Page 69, paragraph 6. For the FY 2021, with no budget ceiling, Guma Valley Water Company made a budget submission of a stated. The government of Sierra Leone does not allocate money to Guma. Therefore, no allocation has been made for the 2021 process. Page 70. The committee, the last paragraph. The committee noted the importance of water in society to recommend the following as stated. Sierra Leone Water Company, Salwaco. So, page 71, last paragraph. The committee observed during the discussion that phase 1 of the 3-town water project was successfully completed, and the phase 2 is ongoing, and up to about 60% completion. The rural water supply and sanitation project have been completed by the local government councils, while Salwaco provides technical support and supervision. The Arab Crescent project has been completed. Conclusion. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, pursuant to section 111, subsection 3.1, and SO 66.1 and 2, the Commission of Finance unanimously recommends that the entire budget heads, including sub-heads listed below, stand part of the schedule, and the recommendation contained therein they are approved in order to enhance effective service delivery to the nation. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, against this backdrop, and without prejudice to the organization of combination named therein, I move that all votes held, including the various for development projects, as stated in the 2021 application bill, they are approved by this House. I thank you so much.
Quite frankly, I think the chairman of the Finance Committee deserves a louder. he has accomplished a great deal for which the House is very good. Honorable members, both the proposals of the Minister and the report of the Chairman of the Finance Committee are now subject to deliberation, but I would want to advise very strictly that you confine your comments to two documents and avoid straying beyond them. Otherwise, we're going to utilize more time than planned. So with that, the floor is open. Yes. Then let us keep our contributions short.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me first of all thank the Chairman Committee of Finance for the delivery that he has made, and I think he did his job. But however, with the Chairman, there are certain issues which we need to bring to the fore when we consider this, because we know budgets are just estimates. With time, there is a provision in the Constitution that provides for supplementary budgets where there are inadequacies. We point them out and ask that supplementary budget be dropped. But certain areas, Mr. Chairman, I need to draw the attention of this House. First of all, like the Chairman rightly stated, the Ministry of Labour, the sums allocated to the Ministry of Labour is inadequate, to say the least. And I want to support the idea that more resources be provided for the Ministry of Labour, HRMO, and the Public Service Commission. Because the President repeatedly has always been hammering home the point that he wants to see human capital development. And those areas speaks exactly to those issues. So I think the Minister of Finance must consider increasing the budgetary allocation to the Public Service Commission, the Human Resource Management Office, and the Ministry of Labour, so that they would have enough resources to help in capital development. Because they speak to the labor force must be treated with that kind of respect. And all of those talk about are speaking to issues related to employee recruitment, and talking about managing workers, etc., etc. So I think they need to have a supplementary budget that will provide for more resources to be provided to those three institutions that are within that area. That is one thing, Mr. Chairman. And also, one thing keeps bothering us, Mr. Speaker, in this House. I know that there was a process, there was a meeting some time ago about the Minister of Finance. Let me point it out clearly. The Ministry of Finance, the Minister, has a mandate through the Public Financial Act or whatever to be the man in charge of auction at the public at the fee. But we also know that the Asset Commission owns and is supposed to keep a register of all government assets. All government assets. I remember when the commissioner was here for approval, I did mention to him that we need to have a comprehensive assets data of all what government owns. And anything at the key that is an asset is owned by government. And it must be part of that register that the Asset Commission controls. And if any activity is to take place at the water key by the Minister of Finance, they must be in consonance with the Asset Commission. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Chairman, I think This time around, that is not what is happening. There are allegations, they need to be proved right or wrong, that some containers were missing before the auction process. Some people were missing before the auction process. Why are those allegations coming out? It is because there is no comprehensive register that is being centralized. Because if the Asset Commission has a register and the Ministry of Finance has a register and they all can coordinate, then definitely those discrepancies will not arise. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, even though the chairman of the Ministry of Finance is supposed to be in charge of that, I want the chairman to make sure that this house be informed as soon as possible as to what the situation is at the key. Because those are government assets, they are not private assets. If the government, the Ministry of Finance, is to take over the auctioning of those properties, it must be in collaboration with the Asset Commission. And look at what is allocated to the Asset Commission. It bought 1 billion euros to the Asset Commission. If they have also much assets to take care of, how can we allocate 1 billion euros to the Asset Commission and expect it to be effective? Mr. Speaker, let us stop joking, Mr. Chairman. So I think that's an area also the Ministry of Finance must up their game in terms of providing resources to the Asset Commission. Let them be more effective and efficient if we want to maintain government action. Mr. Chairman, you will be surprised to see government buildings, the state in which they are. Go to this station. You see private houses all around, immaculate houses, and then you see the government buildings as if squatters have been there. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, what do we do? Do we leave them to go into dispute, and people want them to go into dispute because that is what they want them to be, because they want to protect them and then don't lose the value? Mr. Chairman, what we have is what we must maintain first. And the Asset Commission can only do that when they are given adequate resources. You give them 1 billion. For what? Look at the assets that this government has up to the provinces. When you value all of those assets, you have to motivate the people who are in charge of these assets. 1 billion euros to run a whole Asset Commission, and we think we are doing them good. Mr. Speaker, we're not doing justice to our property that we have as a government, as a nation. And those are assets that have been inherited, not constructed. We inherited most of those assets from the colonial period, and they are still there, very strong. If only we develop a maintenance culture. But how can that maintenance culture be developed when resources allocated to those institutions that are supposed to take care of them are not enough, are not adequate? How can we allocate 1 billion euros to Asset Commission? You give 3 billion euros to the Public Service Commission. And those are institutions that will not be, because they don't generate resources. They are for improvement. Those are supposed to maintain government assets, etc. Even the building where the Ministry of Finance is seated, it's a government building. It's a government building. Those are assets of the government. Yet you give them 1 billion to maintain their institution. Let us do better. Let us do better job in terms of giving this institution what they deserve. And this issue of the auction, Mr. Chairman, I hope the Minister of Finance, the Chairman Committee of Finance, will come up with something about it here. Because we need to know. Yes, we know the Minister of Finance has the power. By the Act, we know that. But it also do not prevent the Asset Commission to know what is owned by government and what is there to be auctioned. And Parliament also has oversight responsibility. Let us don't forget that. People must not always play with what the Constitution provides. And the power of Parliament is not derived from an individual, it is derived from the Constitution. We know what is parliamentary sovereignty. We know what is parliamentary sovereignty. But we don't need to be reminding institutions about that. But if it comes to that, we need to be reminding them from time to time, let them know that this is Parliament and this is the power that Parliament has. We control the purse. We control the purse. And people must recognize that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this also does bring my attention to another aspect, the monitoring of new water produced in companies. The chairman did mention that water produced in companies, sometimes they don't, when you talk to the Standard Bureau, they tell you they don't have this machine, they don't have that machine that will make them efficient in terms of testing the quality of water being produced. It's a shame. And then you have the proliferation of water companies all over the place. The Water Resource Committee went on oversight. Mr. Chairman, some of them, I will not only close the institution, but lock them up. We lock them up sometimes. Because they are playing with the lives of people. Just get water from anywhere, put it in a sachet, and you say you produce water to sell to public, and then in the process, you injure the public. I'll not only close that institution, but I'll lock them up also if I have the chance. Mr. Speaker, the Standard Bureau ought to do a better job of monitoring all those institutions that produce water, because water is life. When one water is bottled, we conclude it is safe. People give people all kinds of garbage, and they say it's pure water. Give it all kinds of names. When they don't go through the process, I happened to witness an oversight one time when the trade ministry, the trade committee, organized an oversight. And some of these people, what they tell you about what goes on in their institution, it's appalling. They don't have water for this, they don't have light to do. So what are they doing? And if you look at what's allocated to them, then you start to tell the story. Why? They cannot even deliver for the people. And we are playing the lives of people because standards is what defines any society. Well, we cannot control standards, we cannot take standards. Then we are in a problem. So we don't feel, suggestion, Mr. Chairman. I want attention to be paid to this, particularly so the auction, they must pay attention to it. The Minister of Finance would not the minister has the power, but let it be done in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders so that everybody is on the same page. But that is telling us this one is missing, that is missing, because we don't have a comprehensive register from Natural Asset Commission, and they need to work with concert. Thank you very much.
I'm going to limit maybe time limit.
Let's hear for the independent.
Starting with the ladies. You first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess many thanks to the Chairman of Finance for giving us this very good report, and a very big thanks to the Ministry and the Minister who is present among us. She has been a part of us. Mr. Speaker, I'm just talking about votes 31900, Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. Mr. Chairman, this ministry, we all know that it is a very new ministry. And looking at the numerous activities this ministry has and the involvement, I believe that their roles and responsibility, which is numerous, the money allocated to this ministry, to me, is not enough. We have had a lot of problems within this ministry, more especially when the ministry is very new and that the minister is facing a lot of problems. Because, for example, the office space is not enough for them, the staff are not enough, and their hands are really spread all over the country. You go to Kenema, you go Kailam, you go everywhere. You see a lot of problems. More especially the children below 18 years. When you go to the streets, you see the street children there. The women below 18 are vulnerable. They are always raped. The gender-based violence is always in the rampant. I mean, if we want to see this ministry really strong, we need to raise up this budget from the 3 billion. Because the 3 billion to us, if we look at it, will not be enough to undertake all what it takes for this ministry. We are kindly asking that we put premium on this budget so that this ministry, having very big load, having a very large space of where they have to control, to man, they will not be able to discharge their duties. So we are pleading very, very much. The chairperson of this committee is trying very hard, in no less a person but Honorable Zainab Catherine Tarawali always calls on us, and we always put things together to make sure. So as women, we'll be proud to see our children and the women's issues in the higher heights. And we are a woman as well, Madam Minister. We want that of our voices to be heard. But we cannot forge ahead if our money is so small for us. We cannot stretch our hand. We cannot do. The last time, myself and Honorable Kamara, we were in a meeting with the disabled women. When we went there, it was so pathetic. I know they have their own money, their own budget, but this one budget is a one box where everybody look toward to get his or her own quota. If it's not enough, we cannot be able to say we have a ministry. The staff are not enough. So we are asking that the ministry allocates some staff in that office so that the work will be easier for that ministry. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lady, for the intervention. The Honorable Lady from Kono.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, already Honorable Makil has stolen my idea. You know, as we start off, people straight up know that we are talking about gender. But I will also come in with another point on the budget. I want to first of all thank the chairman, the finance committee, and all those that work with him to ensure that this report is here today. Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I want to support the recommendation made here by the committee on the government printing press. As we all know, government printing press for donkey years has been centralized in Freetown here. We don't have any government printing press in the provinces. So what happened? Most of the time when we want huge amounts of government documents from even the ministries, there is delayance. There is delayance because it's just that one printing press and the queue is very long. At times, even at the local level, at the chiefdom level, the paramount chiefs here will attest that the printing of tax books sometimes will delay. We expect tax books to come in January, but sometimes the chiefdoms receive it in April or June. November, okay, fine. Now the paramount chief has just attested to it that they receive it November. For example, 2020, the tax book was received in November. Why? Because we have only one government printing press. And now the committee has recommended the decentralization of government printing press, so that the others in if the government printing press is decentralized, those decentralized districts, they will easily print their documents, and the central government printing press here will be able to handle other workloads. If you go to the government bookshop, you go for any national document you want that is meant for public use, you hardly get it because they don't print it enough because of the long queue or because of the dilapidated machines. It's good for the government printing press to have modernized machines so that they can fast-track printing of important documents for this country and also for the ministry. So the recommendation that their money be increased, I support it, and I also want the decentralization of the government printing press. Lastly, I will not stop if I don't talk about I don't support the honorable lady that the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. We don't want this to be a lip service. I remember last week or 2 weeks ago, the president launched the Gender Equality and Empowerment Policy. And I was really happy when my honorable lady Honorable Zainab Tarawali, who is the chair for the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, she made it categorically clear to the president that the money allocated for Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs is too small. I use the word too small, underline too small. And the president is a he for she. Too small. TOO. And the president is a he for she. Madam Minister, please, the ministry asked for 24 billion and we allocated 3 billion. If you would have even divided it for it to be 12 billion, maybe you would appreciate it a little. Look at the workload. We want to stop school gender-based violence. We want to stop community gender-based violence. We want to stop rape. We want to stop this. We want to stop that. And all those are on the head of the central ministry. We know we have NGOs. We have other donor partners supporting us. But if the central body, the government body, ministry, does not have enough funding to undertake their own responsibility, donors or NGOs are just tied to what they have written in their proposal to funders. Please, Madam Minister, you are a woman. All of us have children. All of us have women. They are violating them as I'm speaking. A lot of things is going on out there. If the ministry has set up one-stop center, how do you expect them to manage 3 billion euros in a year to support even the office, the ministry of itself, not let alone the one-stop center? And now the president, the government of Sierra Leone promised us that there will be a forensic lab, which we are yet to see. But if this budget is increased, we don't want it to even be supplementary. Let's just consider and increase it. If we can get 20 billion for the ministry, that will go a very good way. Please, Madam Minister, on that note, I want to thank you and your ministry for, in advance, thinking good for the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, colleagues, another fiscal year coming, a lot of allocations done for the government. Of course, we can see a great job done by the Committee of Supplies, but you can also see the struggle. The struggle to look at limited resources, huge demands from ministries, and try to decipher how much to allocate. It is interesting as you look through the document, of course, huge estimates, some revisions by the Ministry of Finance, and of course then you look at the lines where they say how much was actually received. And in most cases, what was received was much less than what had been anticipated, and in most cases, 80% or more of the budget goes to overhead costs, leaving very little for investments in programs and future growth. This will continue to plague our various budgets. It is for that reason that even the little that is given must be spent judiciously, and we hope that our oversight functions will be able to ensure that resources are spent so that we get value for money, and that in fact various audit reports as well will help give us indications as to how we can guide MDAs about the monies they use. But I was struck by the limited resources going to, indeed, it's been stated, gender affairs 3 billion, youth affairs 2.8, youth commission 3, EPA 2.4, Sierra Leone Meteorological Institution 1.6, and so on and so forth. I was just making notes of some of those institutions where virtually they have people but they can't function much. And I hope that over time we'll rationalize some of these institutions and agencies to make sure the few that are left, the critical ones, we can resource them adequately. We need growth, and so the Ministry of Agriculture, I agree with those who have also observed that resources to that ministry are limited. Of course, there is donor money coming in, but we do hope that the Ministry of Agriculture can begin to provide that engine within this economy for more growth until the mining sector can kick in. We also observe that there are some institutions, I saw another one for private sector development, I didn't even know it existed. Of course it demanded money, but I was wondering what the relationship is between that entity and SLIPA, the Sierra Leone Investment Promotion Agency that we have. I'm wondering whether that one is still a useful institution, that is this private sector advisory group. I saw a budget allocation for that as well. Today, we will not say a whole lot. The Committee of Supplies have done their work. We have their reports. We'll just wish the government well in administering these MDAs, and of course, we on our side will also do our best in terms of monitoring monitoring the activities that are undertaken. Thank you very much.
Members of Parliament, I just want to emphasize the significance of trying to decentralize this printing press, government printing press, and the government itself. For us in the kingdoms, and I want to emphasize here that we have 190 kingdoms in the country. All our local tactics and penalties are printed in Britain. Some kingdoms may require 100 books based on the size of the kingdom. It has to take a long time for those to go to our kingdoms. And it is also interesting to know that it is the kingdoms that pay for those who have purchased the books. So when those books do not reach us on time, it is very difficult for us to collect the local tax. Although the local tax is 5,000 euros per receipt, but when the books get to us at a long time, more particularly in the rainy season, when people are yearning to get food, it is very difficult. So we want to appeal to the minister to ensure that the printing press, as well as the government printing department, is centralized in the district or in the region. One cannot leave where they are going to have student election to come to government resources to buy instead. 158 miles to go, 108 miles to return. Not to come and buy a gazette for 5,000 euros. It's not possible. But when it is centralized, that will help us. So please, Mr. Minister, I appeal to ensure that by next year, let this be successful. Thank you very much.
Madam the Honorable Parliament, we shall now wind up the debate, starting with the Deputy Leader of the Opposition and followed by the Deputy Leader of Government. Are you giving up your privilege?
Mr. Speaker, as we round up this discussion on our finances and allocations, I want again to reiterate and to congratulate the Chairman of the Finance Committee, and of course the very active and very visible Deputy Minister of Finance, who has played a major role throughout the year, updating us with government programs and policies. Mr. Speaker, it is so clear that the distribution of funds in a limited environment where the resources themselves are limited has created a situation whereby even the allocations are very paltry. In other words, the money is not enough. But we have attempted our very best to make sure that we distribute the money as it comes. I was joking with the minister this morning whether the resources were lying there waiting to be distributed. And he said, no, we are going to generate it. I said, that is the proper and appropriate response. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that apart from just allocating funds, we will continue as a country to put in place the structures, the mechanisms for more effective income generation. Because if we must distribute funds for national development, then of course the funds themselves must be available. And this one, like I said, to put in place the structures, and the Ministry of Finance will provide the guidelines for us to put in place the structures that will make it possible for us to generate the necessary income, the money that is so necessary for national development. Otherwise, like it is said, you don't give what you don't have. You are distributing only that which you have. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that in allocating funds even next year, we will also take into consideration the fact that we have done our best in the area of income generation. Mr. Speaker, we have a few areas to look at. For example, we have identified the government printing department as one of the core, the pivotal institutions for national administration. No document is complete, Mr. Speaker, if it is not provided by the government printer. The budget, even the president's speech, and all other documents that are of the statutory nature must be printed by the government printer. But, Mr. Speaker, alas, the government printing department has been abandoned over the years. I tried my very best as minister to bring it up to date. I brought in new equipment, new machinery, but the machinery was too country. The money was not there to complete the procurement. And yet, the government printing department is so important that even when it comes to court matters, I remember a friend of mine petitioned his friend who had won an election. He wanted to petition his friend. And when he appeared in court, there's all judges. They said the document you have there, was it certified by the government printer? Does it have a government printer's imprint? He said, no, sir, I tapped it. He said, no, it is not the document. In other words, the government printer is also a very important person in the legal aspects of this thing. So therefore, the government printing department should be treated very fairly. I discovered that the government printing department made a very modest budget of 3 billion. And all they got was 1.something billion. And this is given to an institution that provides all the stationery for this country. And there is, by the way, the honorable member want to make a point about decentralization of the government printing department. There is a government, that is a very important cabinet conclusion, which insists that the government printing department should be decentralized, taking into consideration the spread of the local councils all over the country. We did not expect anymore for the local councils and the chiefdoms to come to Freetown to print their documents. We thought if we had decentralized the system, the councils should go to their localities and print their documents. So I agree with the lady, she made a very, very important point. But like I said, the reason why this was not actualized, Mr. Speaker, was because there were no funds. Because you cannot decentralize with 1 billion. How can you decentralize with 1 billion? And yet there is the cabinet conclusion which suggests that the government printing department should be decentralized. We have about 16 district councils, quite a number of city councils, a good number of other institutions in the provinces that can actually make the whole business of the government printing department a very, very lucrative one if we had decentralized them. But of course, alas, we have not done so yet. Another institution that should be looked into, even if not now, but in the future, if we come later for another presentation of the budget, is the meteorological department. We are talking about climate change, but we also need those institutions that can measure the climate change itself, that can be part of the debate and part of the argument. And one institution that can be part of the debate in the area of climate change is the meteorological department. It is made up of very highly educated young people who were trained abroad in Holland, in France, and other places. But these people have not even retrained themselves because the funds are not there. So what we have to do, Mr. Speaker, in future, these are institutions that we should look into. Like I just mentioned, the government printing department. Now I'm talking about the meteorological department. So these are very, very important institutions. Now you take, for example, the Guma Valley water supply. Everybody shouts about water, water, water. And then you give them 168 billion. 168 billion cannot even buy a big machine to provide the water. So what we do is to take a second-hand look at such institutions and their allocations. But of course, that is consistent with my introduction, Mr. Speaker, that because the money is voluntary, the distribution of such money is a challenge. And this is what we all have been looking for. We should correct now. The National Youth Commission, the ministry itself, the National Youth Commission, take it and put it together with the National Youth Service. Take the ministry itself. Take all of this, put them together. You are talking about less than 8 billion. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the future of our young people in this country. If we are going to talk about our young people in this country, then of course we must improve their welfare. The ministry is perfect, it's good. The commission is perfect, it's good. The creation of the National Youth Service Corps is perfect under the Youth Commission. All of this are good. But the important thing is that if you give them the necessary funding, if the funding is not adequate, then of course you cannot get the result that we should get. For example, the creation of the National Youth Service Corps, a brilliant idea, an excellent idea. I was part of the committee that came up with this idea. But Mr. Speaker, the fact that we must fund it, Ghana has made an excellent case in the development of the National Youth Corps. We can imitate them if we care to. And it's a very, very necessary introduction in our governance system. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the allocation of funds for the development of our youth in this country is totally paltry. You are talking about the ministry, you are talking about the commission, you are talking about the National Youth Service Corps, and all of these things. And I think the allocation is paltry and something has to be done. And when a minister takes note of that, we are talking about the youth in this country. If any group of people are to stand up and challenge us with the elders, it is the youth. And we don't want them to challenge us. Therefore, we should put together those things that they need. The university, Mr. Speaker, the Malaysian University. Mr. Speaker, I think it has been shut down temporarily. And we think that University has been performing very excellent duties. When I was in Malaysia recently, I saw the home university in Kuala Lumpur. And I discovered that it was a fantastic university with high standards, with a large number of Australians doing postgraduate studies there. And I came back and I saw that they had the branch here. And I'm satisfied that it's a good university. And in this very short time, they have started training our people in science, in technology, in telecommunication science, etc., etc., broadcasting, and other areas. And yet, that institution ran into difficulties. The difficulty being that it was the victim of a transition that was not very, very clear. The transition from the former government to this present government. And we thought that we need to continue with it. We are going to insist, Mr. Speaker, that the whole concept of continuity in governance should be adhered to. You don't scrap an institution simply because you don't create it. We are pleading. We did not create it because we needed to create an institution. We wanted to create it because of use to the people of this country. So, Madam, I heard in the corridors of power that something was being done about that university. And we want you to give us word that that university will not be abandoned. Because if it were to be abandoned, then of course it would be terrible for this country. A good number of our youth, a good number of our people, our young people, are already students in the university. So we are pleading with you, Madam Minister, and of course we hope that the Committee for Finance will also continue to tell this, Madam Minister, that that university, the Green University, exists. Madam Minister, we have already discussed the idea date, the importance of the foreign ministry. The foreign ministry, which is also in charge of international cooperation, has proven now in recent times to be a very useful ministry in this country. And this is why the hard and dedicated work that has been put together by the current minister, and I want to praise her because she's a very efficient minister. And I also will state that she's also very dedicated to her duty. She has set to put in place a structure that is working. I know this because I provide oversight for them. And we know that things are happening there. Sometimes we travel to their ministry to do oversight. Sometimes they come over to us. But they have ideas. They're dedicated. They are always prepared to meet government programs and policies. But more importantly, policies. The government of Dr. Julius Maada Bio wanted to establish itself and to expand itself. They wanted to be in other parts of the world. And that is very quick, to make the presence of Sierra Leone felt in Morocco now, and then in Turkey, and we are activating our presence in France as well. To us, it's important. My friend, Reverend over there, Archbishop of the CC, that to bring Israel to this country once more. And the Reverend has good reasons why he wants Israel. But of course, we agree that Israel is part of us, and Israel can be brought, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is working towards that. But the important thing is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has worked very hard to make the ministry visible and to make it a modern institution. And this is why we believe that the attempt to lower its allocation would have been a failure. But now we are satisfied with what has been given them, the 111 billion. That will be enough for a start. So then in the future, we will look at it again whether in fact it is enough. We are looking at it as a national institution, and we, the Committee of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, will continue to support that ministry because it is addressing the issues of this country. Mr. Speaker, we have already spoken about the difficulties confronting some of our institutions. The complaints, police complaints board. We have looked at its allocation of the policy. But yet, these institutions, which are sometimes ignored, sometimes almost abandoned, are institutions that are pivotal. We are talking about the efficiency of the police force and want to provide effective oversight over the police force. The complaints board is very, very necessary. But when you look at what has been allocated to them, you cannot ask any questions because, of course, the finance ministry will always tell you that we are going to spend what we have. We do not have all the money in the world. But I just want to note, Mr. Speaker, that it would have been better if more resources were allocated to the complaints board, the police complaints board. Why? Because the complaints board is not instituted just for Freetown. The complaints board for the police, provide oversight for the police, should be seen in Bo, in Makebi, in Kerema, in Kailam, all over the country. But of course, with 3 billion loans, how can you achieve that? So, Mr. Speaker, again, as I sit down, I want to thank the chairman of the Finance Committee, very humble man, but also very hardworking. And Mr. Speaker, you made the point when you asked us to give you a round of applause. Yes, when you asked us to applaud you, we did applaud you. But the important thing is that I must also note for the records that he has performed a remarkable job during these past several days. And this is suitable for the job, I think, that I recommend him, Mr. Speaker. But I also note that all the observations that have to do with an improvement on our resource base, income generation, and proper income expenditure must be taken in good part by the ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for giving us the chance to make our observations on the allocation of resources in this country. Thank you very much.
I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for his contribution. Over to you, Deputy. Are you the one winding up now? Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I
for the job he has judiciously done, hectic as it is. He has tried his level best for us to be where we are today. I also want to thank the Ministry of Finance for the budget process, which collaboratively we have done, the Ministry and this Parliament. I want to thank every member of Parliament who contributed, participated in the process. I want to thank the various committee chairmen who have done due diligence to these budgets. And I want to thank all of the members of Parliament who have contributed in one way or the other to this budget process. Mr. Speaker, we have had a comment, Madam Minister has taken note. We are a listening government. Of course, the comments from the other side and from this side, Madam Minister wants you to take them very seriously and to relay a message to the Minister of Finance. Of course, for every committee, it's very clear that MPs, even the little monies that are allocated to them, are not disbursed to them. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's a very challenging responsibility when you allocate and we don't disburse. Some of the MDs can tell you they receive money on the third quarter for first quarter. Some MDs, this is the fourth quarter, and they can tell you they are still not receiving money for third quarter. If you are allocating monies that are small, make sure you deliver on these monies, pay on time, so these MDAs will not be indebted. We have MDAs who are indebted to their contractors. We have MDAs who they cannot perform because they don't have resources. I know their budget is tight. I know finance is constrained. But when once you have decided that this is the allocation, make sure you give this money on time. You cannot pay third quarter for first quarter. How do you expect the MD to have survived first and second quarter and you give them first quarter money in July or August? So, Madam Minister, you've had, of course, it is also very important that as the Paramount Chief has said, to decentralize the printing services. Of course, the Paramount Chief and local authorities are constrained, especially with the tax that they should collect, because this the tax comes very, very late, very late. And again, if our Paramount Chiefs do not collect, they cannot survive. Even to do development around their various chiefdoms is very difficult. Of course, I was the chairman I was the chair that looks at the budget for SLRA, RMF, and the Ministry of Works. Madam Minister, SLRA is very constrained. Very, very constrained. If you look at the maintenance status now, it's nothing to write home about. So I'm encouraging the Ministry of Finance. I'm also encouraging RMF. Monies meant for maintenance purposes should be released on time. Because these activities are time bound. You cannot pay maintenance money in the middle of the meetings and you expect them to perform. No, it's not possible. Again, I encourage the Ministry of Finance and the RMF to follow strictly what the Act says. Pay monies to SLRA accounts because they are supervising the contractors. They are claiming that we don't have enough authority over the contractors because they don't pay them. And even their reporting system, the financial reporting system is not very low because they cannot report for monies that do not go into their account. So, Mr. Minister, please, as the Honorable IB said, governance is continued. The last government, they prioritize roads. So there is no road cannot prioritize roads. These are visible development that the people want to see. So, but with all of this, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank the Finance Committee Chairman for a very serious job. I want to thank the Minister. I want to thank every member of Parliament for our contribution. Thank you very much.
Over to you, Madam Minister. You may now wish to respond to the very many concerns raised and conclude with your motion.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I'd like to first start out by conveying my profound gratitude to you this year again for the collaboration and the discussions around the different vote amounts and the public financial management reforms that we're implementing across government in the Ministry by the Ministry of Finance. I actually do feel privileged and honored that I enjoy social cordiality with all of you. It's not just the ruling government, also the ABC, the NGC, C4C, and including the Paramount Chiefs, everyone in the House. We prioritize human capital development, and your observations on increasing the allocations for certain vote heads are well noted. You requested revision upward increases for the Ministry of Labour, HRMO, the Public Service Commission, the Standards Bureau, the National Commission for Children, the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, the Youth Affairs, Youth Commission, Environmental Protection Agency, the Sierra Leone Meteorological Agency, the Government Printing Press, and the Police Companies Board. My response to the questions on the upward increases, I keep saying it, I said so many times last week. Someone else just mentioned it in the well that the Ministry of Finance simply cannot give what it doesn't have. The funds that we would use to execute the budget for next year are based on only a revenue target that we have negotiated, agreed to, committed to on our program with the International Monetary Fund. So what I'd like to say with respect to the upward revisions is that we continue the dialogue. But the dialogue should not be only limited to the upward increases. We should also continue the dialogue on the increases in the revenue, because it's only when additional revenues are generated that can come back to the supplementary budget. So we hope that you will join us in the Ministry of Finance. We deepen our dialogue together on revenue mobilization, because hopefully if and when we're able to mobilize the additional revenues, we'll come to you, we'll formulate the supplementary budget together to ensure that the MDAs that you're most concerned about do receive the financing that they need to effectively implement their mandate. What I'd like to say also is we've all observed the reversal in the COVID-19 cases. But let's be optimistic and just hope that by Q1, Q2 next year, the pandemic will subside. Because the reversal in the COVID-19 situation will help us to put our fiscal consolidation program on track. So, the final point I'd like to make is, yes, Deputy Leader of the Opposition, we would not abandon the curriculum. It has a robust curriculum, and we'll continue to give it the support that it needs. A lot of you raised concerns about the delays in the release of the disbursements, the delays in releases, of the quarterly allocations in particular. We're intensifying our automation efforts at the ministry, and we do hope that next year the monitoring and execution of our budget overall, but particularly the quarterly allocations to the various NGOs, will be released in a more timely manner. So I'd like to stop here. Yes, I think I'll stop here for now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Oh, so I would now. So, Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I pronounce that the aforementioned vote heads and the corresponding statements. Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I move again that the vote heads, including the long title of the bill, votes and estimates for embassies and high commissions, and devolved functions, stand part of this motion.
Madam Minister, may I crave your indulgence that you make that motion again? Because you seem somehow, I think I did not quite hear a particular vote relating to Parliament, if I want to be precise.
Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, our revenue target and our macroeconomic program has been negotiated, discussed, agreed with the fund, with the International Monetary Fund, and the draft appropriation bill is the basis on which our program with the International Monetary Fund is being maintained, based on the revenue assumptions that we have jointly negotiated and agreed to. So any subsequent amendments to the vote heads listed in the Appropriation Act would need concurrence from the International Monetary Fund. At least we'd have to go back to them, because it would essentially, for example, if we are to increase the allocation to Parliament by 50 billion, then the Ministry of Finance, government will need to mobilize additional $5 million to finance the upward increase in the budget. So what we're advocating is this: we work collaboratively to generating the additional revenue. We'll engage the leadership of Parliament with the leadership of the Ministry of Finance to mobilize the additional financing that Parliament is requesting. That way you have the resources that you need to implement your programs. But at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, given our good relationship that we're trying to protect with the International Monetary Fund, we are going to kindly request that we continue talking.
Madam Minister, I can assure you that we are not entirely oblivious of the imperative of maintaining and nurturing the excellent relationship that currently exists between our government and the IMF. But I would have thought that at a critical conjuncture that we've reached, you require the authority of Parliament to facilitate those discussions with the IMF. And therefore, I was expecting that your motion will incorporate the vote heads, including the amendments to the vote heads that have been agreed to. And that will form the basis of your discussions with the IMF, rather than the other way around. This is Parliament. This is Parliament, Madam Minister.
I fully well understand you, Mr. Chairman, but given the current state of our consultations with the IMF and the commitments
We want to empower you in those negotiations for you to be able to tell the IMF, this is what our Parliament is saying, and we are bound by it. Let's just empower you, let us give you that authority.
Okay, what I'd like to request then, Mrs. Chairman, is that we immediately proceed with the consultation of the fund side, but this is not a commitment that I can unilaterally make at this time because of the computations that have been made. We've spent months just calculating all the figures. So extensive, discussions have been held. So I'd like to also create an indulgence that we continue the dialogue, as I stated, and while to give us time to consult with the fund on the request from Parliament. But for now, given that this financial year is ending, I would like to humbly request that we maintain the vote amount as stated, and after next year, early next year, we will open the discussion, engage, as I mentioned, yourself, the leadership of the Ministry of Finance, and so on, the other stakeholders, to discuss, agree, and reach a consensus of the upward revision that you're requesting.
Madam, as you know, you are the darling of Parliament. You've always been, and I know you will continue to be. But on this particular matter, is a rather tricky one. I would want us to agree to stand Parliament down and let's have further consultations and then come back after 10 minutes. But it's much too important an issue for us to gloss over.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can consult me on this.
I stand Parliament down for 15 minutes for consultation.
The bill and the Committee of Supply, the Appropriation Act 2021. Well, this they give, of course, the authority for spend money from the consolidated fund for service the country, and of course for the year 2021 and for other related matters. This Appropriation Act 2021, as I say, now indicate the authority for the government take money from the consolidated fund for spend. We all know after the budget, when the Ministry of Finance reviewed the budget, of course, every year, government and agencies, of course, go request money from the Ministry of Finance, from government generally, we then for run the agency or any government ministry. So now then budget and they put in place. Parliament careful look into whether them budgets and they in place for them ministry them or it do or it not do. So the reason why they bring can the House of Parliament, one for Parliament can pass them into law so that they go get the right for take money from the consolidated fund for spend them on government services and other related matters. So this we done depend since last week, and today for be the end of that particular issue today when the Appropriation Act of 2021 we the key power an authority for say for spend money from the consolidated fund. The reason why Parliament stand down for these 50 minutes, where the Speaker stand the Parliament down, is that he want the Minister of Finance, Deputy Minister, with the act for the Minister of Finance, for take a commitment, because whatever the circumstances, government, the money where governments defend the country, government they spend them, but we still need money from outside, like the IMF, World Bank, and waiting. But if we make a commitment whereby it go able for telling people and they within Parliament say that this is how, therefore, the step for them for take away IMF for cancer for cushion certain area them where government not go able for fund totally. But the final say most projects government can fund maybe 50%, then we get foreign donor 50%. Some projects and the government they spend wholeheartedly. A government they spend the money. This they come through out of the resources where government they get from the agency them where they make money for government. Like for example, the NRA, they raise money for government. We get other agency them like we defend money for government. Then they pay them money then they into consolidated fund. And like for example, again the ACC, the money then they defend, and they pay them into the consolidated fund. Some money then they get even from the judiciary, and they pay into the consolidated fund. All the money where government they raise from them agency, the services where they spend money for government, and they go into that consolidated fund. And out of that consolidated fund, the government they spend, so that they go able for run services to the country. Like for example, then they give allocation to ministries, and they even give allocation from State House right through ministries and agencies. Some agency then we defend money, we and themselves they're responsible for pay their staff and everything, but they must pay certain amount of money to government. So that money then the government they raise, that the ministry they take for give to agencies, government offices for run the day-to-day running of their ministry and agency. So if ministry or agency they write for the budget, like every year then they ask ministry agency for write budget, the budget where you put, then get for can table them as a bill in Parliament, where Parliament get for look into. Like for example, the SABC, we need some money. The money where then they give you as where then they allocate to we. is small. And in fact, the parliamentarian themselves, they talk and say the money that they allocate to SLBC are small money. So therefore do more. And MPs them, then they ask for more money than some, like the deputy leader of the House, being the advocates to the Minister of Finance, say, then forgive more money to SLRA, because SLRA need more funds. Some other MPs do act, so then they ask for let them give more fund to other ministries and agencies, because the money that they allocate to them is small for one. All right, well, of course you say C4C. Let's talk to one member of parliament. We, fortunately for him, also today, Sir Emerson Lamina, of course, of C4C. I understand that C4C done 3 years today. What did actually C4C achieve within these 3 years?
Thank you very much. Actually, yesterday with 3 years. 20th December 2020.
Okay.
We PPRC, sometimes around 2017, PPRC give you the certificates for operate as a legally registered political party in this country. So yesterday with 3 years, we achieved a lot.
Okay.
Just about 8 weeks old political party. Remember, 20th December, C4C get certificates. Just 8 weeks, March 7 elections. C4C will gather 8 parliamentary seats, 2 localities with a city council and a district council. Almost 39 councillors out of 41. Can you imagine? In Konondi City. That's a very, very huge achievement for the past 3 years.
For the past 2 years. Yes. Now, you don't be a leader for C4C for the past 3 years. How you see, how you find out, what do you enjoy, what do you not enjoy?
Many things I enjoy because C4C being a national political party, but the manner in which the people of Kono being actually welcome and being overwhelming. As a result, we now get voice as a nation, we now get voice as a district. We're not represented. We two people in the field, definitely, in able for area and a true. So that's a very good representation. We party enjoy so much. Amidst the sweetness, we also don't enjoy Kuskas. Like all other political parties, they can get them box. But we didn't make them stronger and for them get the maturity to come again together and revamp. Like if you look at the history of APC, SLBP, PMDC, then go through the baptism of Sonko. But then come back, they revamp and come out big. So it is not a new thing at all. We said to go through at the moment.
Okay.
But the assurance here is this will continue for make us stronger and grow big.
Two parties are very strong, the SLPP and the APC. They are strong political parties. Una and a party, the new party just to come. I want to feel to say we're going for gain prominence like the two parties then.
Definitely, it's not about fists again. Ideas. We get very rich. We get very, very rich manifesto, and I believe say most of the one kind thing we been doing on manifesto. This government, the SLPP government, and they bring and there. We can get large hearts for actually transform education in this country, and I'm telling you, we don't see brilliant policies in education, especially for help the needy and the poor people and for them to get accessibility for education. Sure. So very brilliant thing then, definitely. We've been there, our policies then, we've been campaign with, we see now. That is it.
So how sustainable is C4C for the next coming election?
C4C very hopeful for catch more metros, more councils, more MP seats. At the moment, in quotes, they say stronghold, like on all the states. But you can also be assured that next coming election, the C4C go for capture more MP seats at the western area, at the north, at the south, etc., etc.
So we're not going to see melt into any one of them big political parties?
Sure, Sifosi will continue to be stronger for capture more seats. Definitely. We're not going to
see any melt.
No. Why anything good for me?
No, maybe because of that.
Definitely not. Yeah. Can you imagine? Just 8 weeks old political party will get certificate. We will for capture 8 seats. About 39 out of 41 or so councillors, almost 39. That's very huge. So we are hoping that we will add more and more new constituencies in. Rather than melting, we will not, because we get the structure, we get the manpower, we get the numbers for grow more and more.
All right, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
I wish you
thank you for talking to SLBC.
many more celebrations.
Thank you. All
right. Okay, well, this is the leader for C4C, the Honorable Sir Emerson Lamina. We understand, say, of course, the C4C party done 3 years, since 2017, we then come into existence, and now they celebrate a 3-year party, but we don't hear from the leader all which is say. Well, we still wait on the Speaker of Parliament, but we'll go for come back later. We'll go for talk to the Deputy Minister of Finance. We, of course, they stand the test of time, because they get a lot of, sometimes bashing, sometimes good talk from both sides of the aisle. So I go for talk to him, make it tell you exactly the experience, for Kana Parliament, for defend certain arguments in the budget for the year 2021. Well, the Speaker of Parliament may request for 15 minutes just for making them go engage, because the Speaker want for let the Minister take responsibility of certain aspects in terms of the IMF collaboration with the government of Sierra Leone. How the message where, of course, the Minister for take to the IMF from the Parliament, because remember, say the Minister, they team up before the House of Parliament, that this House get for ratify that bill there, where that the Appropriation Act 2021, where Parliament will go for ratify, it come into law, whereby they will go for take money from the consolidated fund for spend on government services and other related matters. So he don't call the different leader them, of course, especially the two main leader them of the different political party, when are APC and SLPP, so that they could go and sit down and engage, together, so that when the minister will come back to the well of Parliament, they go there on the right track for letting them get better understanding as to how they will get for round up. Well, I think to say the delegation, the meeting almost don't come to an end. Well, very shortly we go see the House resume again, because almost we don't come to an end, whereby the minister for just wrap up, but we've been getting stalemate. That is a fasting one side. One side, the speaker be asking a few questions, concerning the commitment we if we take on behalf of government, more particular the Ministry of Finance where they represent. Because the Ministry of Finance, of course, they work under government, and all money business, the Ministry of Finance responsible. So we're talking about budget allocation, now the Ministry of Finance. So in this case, they want to make sure say anything we come out now that Parliament satisfy with them and Parliament agree with them. So that make a lot of deliberation will take place around the appropriation bill we been done start since last week. Well, almost then comes to an end because I see the different party way in a parliament where the speaker invite to this meeting, 15 minutes meeting. I think to say they're almost done able for resolve that matter there because they want for close the bill for that matter, but up to now we're not able to foresee the speaker appear. But I think to say very shortly it will go for happen. But some of the things that we been on the talk at Parliament since last week, we're going to say the Misuain elected members of Parliament under the third schedule of the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. Remember, I said we've been getting by-election and rerun election, especially constituency 110. We the APC been get for win. We of course next for declare winner of that constituency, and we get one above and some other side them carrying it. When we get council of them as well. So then we get for swearing the two member of parliament them. We one na a rerun election because them don't do them. Some confusion will be way they look into that and then decide to them for rerun the election. They may not swear in their member the day of parliament, so they don't already don't assume the seat. And of course, we get reports on the audits of fund with the National COVID-19 Emergency Response Center and other ministry, department, agency, then they manage. They may do that report today. And also the Audit Service Sierra Leone, the Auditor's General Report on the accounts of Sierra Leone, the 2019 Auditor General's Report. And then, of course, they've been talk about the salary and allowance of chairman and other commissioner of the National Electoral Commission Regulations 2020. And we look into that. And they look into state salaries, pensions, gratuity, and other benefits acts. You know, that state's salary, gratuity and other benefits act of 2003, act number 4 of 2004. So they may look into this because this is one of the things that they have to make sure say they harmonize salaries them and look into the pension and gratuity of and other benefits them where government functionaries them forget, because into that and they look like for say although you know get equal, because not to everybody they get equal pay, but they want to make sure say at least if you and that person did it at the same grade, you did at this government office and that person did at the other government office, but like when I did at the same grade, you don't forget past that person day in terms of no, they will go for look about the qualification, the degree and whatever experience, but they want to make sure so even if you get past that person day, you don't forget a large gap, you know, because we don't have a lot of issues concerning in terms of salary, in terms of payments of pension, gratuity and other benefits. So that's they're going to make a statutory instrument where they're going to look into. So they're going to get a whole commission. We're going to look into salaries, gratuity, pension and other things. And also then we look at the agreements for the scanning and inspection services between the government of the Republic of Sierra Leone and the Integrated Trade Service Limited when are the provider, therefore before they come into the Appropriation Act of 2021, when a bill where the Minister of Finance table. So that's only deliberate on since the start of last week, and it been for end on Friday, but it not been possible. So today they go for round them up, but small bottleneck day as to what we, the Speaker of Parliament, wants from the Ministry of Finance, particularly the Deputy Minister, who represents the Ministry of Finance, for able agree or make that commitment today before Parliament, then we will forget a roundup. Well, mind you, say this is now festive season. Parliament also get for go on a recess, so they want to try for make sure say they round up on issues them we then at the end. That don't mean to say Parliament the lock, but it means to say they go for take a break for the holiday, and they will go for resume back for talk on important issues where they affect the country. We get a lot of other things. We get corruption for FED, we get COVID-19 for FED, we get roads for construct. So when they don't approve all them bill and they, we'll go for see how then they dish out. But one of the things we come up is that governments, ministries and agencies, they say, well, they're not the Ministry of Finance, so they give them budget allocation quick and say a delay because according to them, that the tranche where they give, sometimes they give first tranche at the middle of the year, and then sometimes towards the end, they try to give second tranche. Sometimes even that self, they don't even give the second tranche before I say the member third tranche. That ending now, we don't come out into that year and we will go into the following year. So that they make, because of the money where they're supposed to allocate to a particular ministry or agency, they're not give that money in time. They make the ministry or agency not able to do what they want to do. So that grumble day, a day amongst the ministries and agency, with the blame day on the Ministry of Finance. But I will go for ask the minister why the delay. Although some information they say some of that delay rest squarely or solely on the ministry and agency them of late submission. But I won't believe say if they don't allocate money to a particular ministry or agency, the Ministry of Finance for make sure say they facilitate that so that that ministry or agency go get the money for one the affair. Plenty ministry need money for do a lot of things. Like for example the SABC, we need to take care of a lot of things. But through by the grace of God we manage, we're able to make sure say we broadcast live to now every day. Will not go off air. But the money we don't forget a subvention to SLBC not forthcoming on time. It come, but I think say government need for do more. So even the parliamentarian them they say that SLBC need more because of the kind book we SLBC they do, the kind of services where they provide to the general public. We even the broadcast almost at the whole country and outside the country because we don't already go digital now, and it's our responsibility for make sure say we broadcast to the nation, bring information we are supposed for come out from an authentic source when at the SLBC for bring them back to UNA. So that's the reason why we always do on air. We always make sure say we broadcast, we programs them for make at least we not go deprive una from getting that. But yes, still, I guess we always be constrained. Although, yeah, government they try for make sure say we stay on top, but we just need more for the on our footing. Management to try their own best, but we just need more on which we're supposed to forget. So, any moment from now, we go resume as we wait still because we don't begin to see that preparation day on the way for the speaker. We, of course, we can't take in seats. We don't see say maybe the matter we then go pan will be resolved. But again, it looked like there's still on the stalemates for now as I get information. But for now, we go take a break and we go back to New Englandville for a while, and then we go resume back for continue the day's broadcast from the House of Parliament. Because there's some delay, and we just want to go back for some quick, maybe commercials or some other thing from New England, and we will therefore come back for continue from Parliament. We will go round up at any moment. Until then, over to New England for now.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members, I move that the vote heads, including the amendment on vote 11600, and the corresponding estimates, including the long title of the bill, allocating the amount of 9,216,466,800 leons, including the votes and estimates for embassies and high commissions and the devolved function to stand part of the schedule.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the votes heads, including the amendment on vote 11600 and the corresponding estimates, including the long title of the bill involving 9,206,466,800 leons, including the votes and estimates for embassies and high commissions and devolved functions, stand part of the bill. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it.
The House now resumes. Reason.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
Reports and third reading.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I report that the bill entitled the Appropriation Act of 2021, being an act to authorize expenditures from the Consolidated Fund for the services of Sierra Leone for the year 2021 and for other related matters, having gone through the committee of the whole House, be read the third time and passed into law.
Honorable members, the question is that the Appropriation Act 2021, being an act to authorize expenditure from the Consolidated Fund for the Services of Sierra Leone for the year 2021 and for other related matters, having gone through the committee of the whole House, be read the third time and passed into law. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it, have it, have it.
The Appropriation Act 2021, being an act to authorize expenditure from the Consolidated Fund for the Services of Sierra Leone for the year 2021 and for other related matters, having gone through the committee of the whole House, has been read the third time and passed into law.
Thank you, Madam Minister. On behalf of the House, I want to extend to you a very, very Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous 2021.
On behalf of the entire Ministry of Finance, all 600 plus staff that you interact with on your various transactions, I would also like to reciprocate the sentiments expressed by Mr. Speaker. We would also wish that we would come back next year in better health, prosperity, all the good things that we all wish for ourselves in 2021. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in a gleeful mood, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I wish to report to this honorable House that the C4C party clocked 3 years yesterday, 20th December 2020. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it's okay in the wake of a challenge against unconstitutionality, divisive intrapartisan politics, indiscriminate arrest and detention of our youth. We want this dream. I'm very humble to say I was the general of 2 years for information. It all started here in Paris, across the country, to the UK and the US, and then again on the 20th of December, we officially received registered certificate from BPRC to exist at the political party. How is Mr. Speaker members? Because of the COVID-19 restrictions, we couldn't celebrate at all. But with his hope, Mr. Speaker, there are constantly more metro, more councils, and more NPC.
On behalf of the House, we congratulate.
On the House,
we congratulate you. We congratulate
to the council and the national. Congratulations, all of us. Thank you. Is he coming? I'll keep coming.
Yes.
Allow me to make this contribution. 8 years ago, a company set up by the government of Sierra Leone, supervised by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Information and Communications, was set up. The purpose of
development of communications in the world. The ACE project on behalf of Sierra Leone landed the cable in Sierra Leone. And later on, the terrestrial backbone was also landed as a result of a loan from the Islamic Bank, which means that both the Islamic Bank and the World Bank sponsored the landing of the two cables, now known as the But Mr. Speaker, we believe in the whole concept of privatization. We believe in the process of bringing the private sector to be part of our development strategy as a state. But when it is done, it has to be done properly. So we bring you to the point whereby we now know, and we hear sometimes a rumor, that the saloon cables have been unbundled. Well, may I state, Mr. Speaker, the factors leading to this unbundling are not very, very clear. And we hear that it is creating a whole lot of tension within the company itself, which belongs to the state. And I want to use the opportunity to ask you kindly to allow us, either Parliament or the committee in charge of the provisional communications, to invite the new owners and the ministry and the old administrators of the cable company to meet Parliament to explain the details, because we want to know what is happening now. Thank you very much.
Would you like to move a motion?
I therefore move, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Information and Communications, the new managers of the Saloon Cables Limited, the old managers of the Saloon Cables Limited, be invited to Parliament at a special session to explain to us the details of the so-called unbundling system. Thank you.
Any seconder to that motion?
Mr. Speaker, before I second the motion, let me just make an amendment to what the Honorable Isaac have said already. We've sent out letters to the permanent sector of the Ministry of Information and Communications regarding the process in building the SAR card. And yet, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we haven't received any reply from them. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. SO 23, that's the last one I will take. Yes,
Then, Mr. Speaker, colleague, but I don't know if this qualifies as SO 23, but since we're closing session, on behalf of Honorable Hassan Sise and myself and other colleagues, we just wanted to ask, remind the House that we already had a motion on the debate of the Auditor General's report, so that we don't forget in scheduling our sessions next year, since we've now received 3 or 4 of those reports, and this being the day that we approve the new budget. I just wanted to remind colleagues. Second, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the leader of C4C and myself, we just hope that we will revert to our tradition we had. The people of Sierra Leone voted for 4 political parties in this parliament and independent candidates, but we had a tradition that the closing of debates was done by leaders. We are still leaders of our parties, and we believe that we should be part of closing of debates. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the COVID-19 material promised the House by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I believe is the spokesperson for NACUMIT, are now available in your pigeonholes. Please collect as you leave. With that, I wish all of us a Merry Christmas, a happy and prosperous New Year, and by God's grace, I hope to see all of us here next year. With that, we stand adjourned.
26 is here. 26 is here.
With that, we stand adjourned to Tuesday, the 26th of January,
It's okay, well, Family. Now, so the speaker come to the end of the sittings of Parliament as Parliament don't adjourn to the 26th of January 2021, and inshallah we hope say we go see next year. Well, I want to get a brief interview with the Deputy Minister of Finance. It is with me, Madam. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I just want to share your experience of a long debate since last week. What's your experience?
Well, this is actually the fourth or fifth budget that I've defended in Parliament. Oh, okay. This now which?
SLBC.
Oh, this is SLBC. I think the nation, if you are there, no say now at least Minister JJ can read the budget statement. Then we can come in for interact with each MP on all the money there where we put in the budget for all the ministry, then departments and agency. Some of them not gladly say the money we put in the budget small, so then can they ask for low increase. But the way we don't set the budget for next year, we don't spend 3 months. Just they calculate, So right now we don't reach a stage where we just go for left and so forth. Then we find the money for implementing the budget next year. So right now we don't estimate. Say next year government will spend about over 900 trillion loans for next year. So we hope say, as we implement the budget, we'll be able to recover from this corona situation at the country. We'll be able to create more job there. The young man there where they look for a job there. We go create more job. When I see presidents, they go all over the country. They launch different projects there. So after the holiday, government go they hire boku people there. They create boku job there. So I just don't want to make una discourage. And I just patient with small bit because we get plenty job there for next year. We will need for hire young man there and young woman in particular.
All right. So in other words, you say I get for spending money, but with all, Parliament to approve. A lot of ministries and agencies can always say the ministry they always delay, for the allocation and they. What's responsible for that?
Well, as Minister of Finance, we only get a certain amount of money we would spend every 24 hours. Every 24 hours, we get a certain amount of money. We get the available cash at hand every 24 hours. And all we payment then, what they make every 24 hours is based on the available cash at hand. And what will they determine whether for pay or not for pay? Not all man go benefit. Okay, we get for president go so on pay this. The other minister go so on pay me. So we can get for prioritize on over and over, before we release the payment. So sometimes that make the payments can delay because the money no boku with it. But all my answer. We can't give what we don't get. So and also good for prioritize. Let we rationalize. Let not just give the money fiti fata. Let we really look at the money we'll get and we determine who that need the money the most. Okay, so now that make. But they also improve the way they process the payments next year. So every quarter, more people, more agency then will get the quarterly disbursement payments on a timely manner. So now that we don't plan for do next year.
All right, lastly, word of caution, what you want for left with the end of the year 2020?
Yes.
From 2021. So what you want left with?
I want for Mekuna think positively. Launa Gladi. I want for make at least one, this COVID situation, no finish we. Okay? Now we don't see the situation, they reverse. But really we don't try on this corona situation. We in our Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, we compare waiting the country go through Ebola time and waiting we go through corona. We tell God thank you. So as we approach 2021, we go hopefully put corona behind we will stabilize the economy, all the progress, all the things that we don't plan for the agricultural sector. Young man they will defend work. all the tractor they were done by, the e-voucher system them for the farmer, then all the fantastic thing them, all the amazing thing they were done plan for young man, as well as the young woman through the Minister of Gender and First Lady. They get so many fantastic projects there for young people then for next year. So let the holiday pass. So now go they see the advertisements in our paper. Yeah. So una be optimistic. Let we have a brighter future ahead. Watch out for President Bill. Brighter future is coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yeah. I wish the entire nation a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Of course, that's the Deputy Minister of Finance, and I got with me the Director of Budget in the Ministry of Finance, the great, we can call her Taslima. Tell family, the SLBC.
Family, Onadu.
Now, what do you go tell family in terms of this budget allocation?
Well, today is a great day for the people of Sierra Leone, and particularly the government of the day for the 2021 budget. Parliament approval today after 1 week, 1 day debate. And it not be easy, but the Honorable Deputy Minister, they will play your part for defend the issues that we then raise. The only thing where I go tell my colleagues, civil servants then, especially the professional heads, the vote controllers, they raise a lot of issues, say finance, not they give them money in time or they get. But that is not it. I wanted the people of Australia to know today, say, the budget is a basket fund, wherein all the ministries and institutions are inside that one great pot, they come out. So, where the year they begin, with the issue allocations to all the MDSM, would have first way apply for in money, now with the address. Some ministries, they can delay for submit the request for the money there for the allocations there. So if it's applied late, you will get it late. But if you apply first come, first serve. So I encourage all vote controllers, all permanent secretaries, directors in charge of institutions, once we don't issue allocation, let them speed up for submit, and let them also work with the budget officers that we assign to their ministries. They are the technical staff them for the various ministry, department, agencies. And they know how to completely form them. The other thing I want to let them know, come next year, the minister don't talk and clearly in statement, will they go pet forms. Now electronic pet forms we get for use. So we will therefore make sure say they make a request through the electronic pet form system we don't develop, and the ministries that will not go through the training as we begin next year, let them request, they will go train their hands-on training at their respective ministries.
All right, thank you very much for all that explanation. I wish you all the best. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Also on behalf of my colleagues and the ministry and budget bureau in particular, I wish the entire nation a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. And I want to thank the staff of budget bureau in particular for their commitment for put this budget together on time. Come January 1, when a holiday, January 2nd, we will begin to implement the 2021 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Taslima Jah, the Director of Budget in the Ministry of Finance. Well, I think Nayaso would put an end because the appropriation bill of Acts of 2021, they don't pass them into law. And then, of course, the Ministry of Finance go for make sure say, then go by that. Until then, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. And of course, thanks to my cameraman, David Williams. May, of course, I get Abiose Stanley, and I get my technical man celebrating birthday yesterday, winner Alexis Say. But all the same, on behalf of management and staff of the SLBC, that must say bye-bye and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.